should be good to go. Let me edit the title.
You're on mute. Or
Weird.
I lost sound, one or the other.
Still
I can't hear.
I'm back.
Back now.
But Andrew's muted.
Yeah.
Give me a second while I figure it out. Testing. Nope. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Weird.
Good.
Okay. And we should be live right now too.
Who we end up using for the picture looks like same picture.
Same picture. Damn it.
It's Marvin Harrison.
Thought I did.
Fade Exceptions out there says the audio's good.
Perfect.
I'm still not seeing it.
I'm live. Everybody's in the...
Okay. Picture updated.
Except for... on my screen, there's a... Yeah, and Ross's, so it's on your side, Andrew. The controls for Skype sound and microphone and all of that.
That's showing up on your screen?
Yep. It's half on mine and half on Ross's.
Oh.
Just minimize it or knock it down.
Yeah. Now is it good?
It's on a delay, so I don't know that it's off yet. But there it goes on Ross's. There it goes on mine. Okay, we're good.
Sweet.
And my head's halfway off the screen. Let me change. I can change that on my end.
There you go.
Excuse me.
Okay, we're good.
Perfect.
All right. We got 15 minutes to go until this draft is starting. It is laggy from what I see on YouTube Live. But we can be heard. But I'm choppy at least. I don't know. Ross is looking good. Andrew looks smooth. May just be a slow connection on my end. But I wanted to start up before this draft goes. I want to give the floor to Ross for a minute or two. Just what have you kept up with today? What have you heard today as fallout from this draft? Just the headline, just the, like, what's the general vibe? I have been contemplating Dynasty rookie draft order and where these guys are going to wind up and what we should do with them. So I've avoided some of the here's how the mainstream feels, but if you had to put it in like 2 or 3 bullet point sentences or statements, what's the general vibe out there? Everybody hates the Atlanta draft.
Everybody despises the Atlanta draft. That is, I'd say, 75% of what's out there right now. People just cannot stop talking about how they think it was a dumb pick and they should have done basically anything other than what they did. The quarterbacks in general are kind of getting knocked, but for some reason Atlanta's catching way more flack for it than any of the others are. It seems to be not even it's not a talent issue. That's the weird thing, is everybody likes Michael Penix, but at the same time they say it's like a waste of resources, which makes no sense.
We got the Atlanta thing, and I heard a case for why it's a waste of resources that I'll tee up to get Andrew's thoughts and everybody's thoughts on. But outside of everybody hates Atlanta, what else? What's the buzz?
Everybody loves Detroit, Terry and Arnold.
Okay, that makes sense.
Of course, everybody loves Chicago by default. Everybody's terrified of the Chiefs with Xavier Worthy. Trying to think what else.
Yeah, I saw
Caught
a
my eye.
lot of love for Worthy.
A lot of Brian Thomas love. Um,
All right, well, let me circle back to the Atlanta thing.
okay.
I happened to listen to I saw the title of this come across a podcast title, and I try not to get suckered in, but sometimes the titles of the podcast reel me in. And it's a podcast I haven't listened to in a year plus. It's the Michael Lombardi, the former Patriots guy. The title of the podcast had something negative about the Atlanta draft. So I'm like, you know what? I got 15 minutes to kill to drive somewhere. I'm just going to put this on and see what he's saying. Why, what angle or what they're thinking. So Lombardi went ballistic that nothing against Penix, that it's totally fine any team that wanted to take him in the top 10, but he thinks it was devastating to the way that you build an NFL team, that you're going to put all that money into Kirk Cousins and then turn around and get Penix and then not be able to use, you're going to have a player you're not going to be able to use for 2 years. And he just laid into Fontenot as a terrible GM, and he was making a fairly, I understand the case for what he was getting at, but it came off to me as he's defending Bill Belichick for the way that the Falcons treated him, and he's salty about that. And he's also stuck in they should have took that defensive
Byron Murphy.
No, Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which, because then he said, the Falcons made a mistake last year when they didn't need a running back and they took Bijan Robinson instead of taking Jalen Carter. And then he's a big Derek Brown guy. When he had influence into the Carolina Panthers, he helped the Panthers get Derek Brown. I think I'm going to get defensive tackles. Like, I'm going to have a 53-man roster of 45 defensive tackles, and then we'll see what we have left over for all the other positions. But his base argument is poor planning. Fontenot doesn't know what he's doing, and this is going to upset Kirk Cousins, and none of it makes sense. It should have went one way or the other. Go Cousins and then go something else like Latu, or don't even do the Cousins thing if you're going to fall for Penix. But the fact that they were late comers to Penix, he went back through and was just tarring and feathering Fontenot for not really knowing Penix before all of this, that fallen in love with him late and all of that. So with that, I throw it to Andrew, who's got Falcons insights. He's a part of the staff, as you can see from his gear. What is your pro Falcons side of things? What are you hearing? What were you hearing?
So, first of all, Lombo, he's a really good listen. So if you guys like his podcast and stuff like that, go check him out. But with the Falcons, he has an innate bias against that organization because he's convinced that Terry Fontenot and others did not want to hire Bill Belichick and that they wanted to just keep everything status quo. So anytime he talks about the Falcons, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Now, with what he's saying, that Penix is not, like, that was the wrong move and everything. Look, at first when the pick happened, if you guys were on the live stream last night, I was kind of like quiet for like 10-20 minutes because I was processing everything. But after I digested it, and I'm not saying that Penix should have been taken 8th overall, but just the strategy of having the succession plan in place for Kirk Cousins, a QB coming off an Achilles injury, I think that's smart. I think what they did was the right move. This is what you want to do when you're going to build a franchise that's not going to, maybe Kirk Cousins takes them to the playoffs next year, but you don't know what's going to happen the year after that and 3 years out. And what I heard was basically, and I think I heard this from Steve Weish, who used to be a Falcons beat writer like 10, 15 years ago. And he basically said 3 years ago when Raheem Morris was interviewing for the job that one of the main things he wanted, and this is when they hired Arthur Smith in that coaching cycle, one of the main things he pushed blank on is you need a contingency plan for Matt Ryan. But blank was looking for a head coach that basically told him what he wanted to hear, that everything's fine, we can win with Matt Ryan, and that was, lo and behold, Arthur Smith, and everything wasn't fine, and they traded him for peanuts the year later to the Colts. All of that to say, I think that this is the right move, and as a Falcons fan, I hope Penix pans out. He showed flashes in college, but his injury concerns are scary and real. I know he's healthy now, but the guy just couldn't stay upright in college, and if you can't stay upright in college, I'm sure Ross and RC can explain this better than anyone, it's probably not going to end well for you in the pros. So let me flip it back to you guys. Does Penix's injury concern bother you guys at all about his NFL prospects?
God, Ross is more on that train than I am, so
yes,
let
and
him go first.
It is concerning a little bit, but as RC's pointed out before, ACLs are not as big a deal as they used to be. They're particularly not a big deal for quarterbacks, especially a quarterback that's pure pocket passer anyway. If it was, a running back, receiver, and he's got a history of soft tissue injuries, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more nervous. With the quarterback, that doesn't bother me so much. And I think with just the raw talent you see with Penix, the gamble's so worth it. I mean, everybody talks about how important the quarterback position is, and then they treat backup quarterback like it's some throwaway trash that you can just have anybody in, which doesn't make any sense. You need to have, every team should be drafting quarterbacks constantly. Every chance you get, you find a guy with any kind of potential, take him, stash him. You've got insurance for if your starter goes down. You've got a bargaining chip for later. You can flip him for picks. You can, and especially like you mentioned with Cousins coming off of an Achilles injury, which bothers me more than the ACLs, especially with a guy that's already in his mid-30s. I think it was quite possibly the smartest pick of round one.
Yeah, and it's easy to bash on them because, they're in a win now mode, and literally Penix is the only player, or actually the QB position is the only position that kind of doesn't provide any value to them in 2024. But if something,
until it does.
And yeah, I mean, look, if Cousins comes out week 2 and blows his knee or something, then all of a sudden the Falcons GM is going to look really good. But
you're going to look like a genius.
From what I heard, though, this was an owner's pick.
I'm not so sure about that story.
It's hard to know without actually being in the room, so it's speculation. But from what I've been hearing from the people that have been more often right than wrong on it, and if you think about it too, like Terry Fontenot might not see Penix touch the field, right? Like if Falcons just flop and they just have a terrible record this year, right? And and Penix starts in 2025 because Cousins was so bad, it's possible that Fontenot gets shown the door. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that.
I think so. Because one way or another, the owner has to be in on that quarterback pick. So,
and there has to be contingency conversations. I can't believe somebody just sprung it in with 3 minutes before the pick. Like, they could have been kind of wobbling back and forth.
Yeah.
And then they all said, you know what, let's just go Latu. If Latu's there, if not, we'll go Penix. And then maybe 3 minutes before that, the owner steps in and goes, you know what, guys, let's just go Penix.
Well, they were trying to trade back up for Latu after they took Penix. So.
Yep. Saw that too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think the other thing is, too, if there's any truth behind the Saints wanting Penix, maybe if they got wind that they were trying to trade into the top 10 to take him, that they're like, okay, we got to take this guy to keep him away from a division. If they were truly that high on Penix, it's smart. Keep him away from a division rival, too.
And I believe Seattle was in on that because of the connection with the offensive coordinator.
Seattle was one of the teams reported to.
Yeah. I can totally buy it. I totally buy Las Vegas. Would have tried to get it. So I just wanted to hit on that Atlanta stuff because it's intriguing. I know it's been a firestorm debate today just from headlines and things that I've seen. But I'm going to switch off to a conversation about Xavier Worthy because we got Alex Palumbo in the chat asking, RC, everyone is so horny for Xavier Worthy. Why are you bearish? Before I go there, let's talk about that pick for a second because Buffalo's going to be picking first. They trade that pick to allow the big rival Chiefs to go up and get Worthy, and then they fade back, and then they fade back again when everybody thinks they're going to take Leggett, and they trade to the team that was definitely going to take Leggett in Carolina. So I thought it was interesting that the Bills were, I think it was Mike Lombardi who said it on his podcast. He's like, wow, the Bills must have really hated Xavier Worthy to allow Kansas City to move up and make that pick. So I thought that was a little interesting take. But as far as why I'm against Xavier Worthy, and Ross, you can fill in blanks or give the alternative on it. I think we wake up today with a target flow in Kansas City of Travis Kelce, number 1, Marquise Brown, number 2, and then you're going to have, and then you have Rashee Rice, number 3, or 2A and 2B with Marquise Brown. Like, they're going to be the 2-3. Then you have Xavier Worthy. Would that be an incorrect statement, Ross, for 2024?
For 2024, that's
so for 2024, correct. Xavier Worthy is going to go in as the 4th in the pecking order for targets. So, and at least is a good statement because then you probably have the running backs will probably get more targets. Pacheco deserves more targets. So you've got a guy who's going to be the 4th in the pecking order for targets among the wide receivers and tight ends, playing a role that we've just seen post Tyreek Hill that's a dead zone for Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Mecole Hardman. They're just being sent deep as decoys, and everything's then getting thrown underneath of that. Every so often, Mahomes will hook up with MVS or Hardman and get some action. That's not enough to launch the rocket for fantasy that is Xavier Worthy. And I'm not even talking about whether I like him and Ross doesn't. I'm talking about he's in a bad place, like a lot of these wide receivers are going to end up with, that they're going to be down in the pecking order. And if they're not the number 1 in the pecking order, I'm already got a problem drafting them in the first round of a rookie draft. if they're not even going to be the number 2, I can't be taking them in the first round of a rookie draft. If I thought a year from now things would change and Xavier Worthy would suddenly be in the 1-2 role, there'd be an argument there, but my counter argument would be I don't want to take the Jackson Smith and Jigbas from last year in the rookie draft, and by that I mean I don't want guys who are instantly walk in and are the 3rd or 4th on the pecking order for targets. Then a year later, we're all going to forget about them. Nobody cares about Jackson and Smith and Jigba right now. And so if I was really intrigued by Xavier Worthy, for as high as he is now going to go in the Dynasty rookie draft, probably top 5, 6, or 7, because he's playing for Kansas City and that sprinkles magic fairy dust over players, I am not paying that price for Xavier Worthy, who's going to be available for less a year from now, if I like them. I don't really like them, so I'm easily not in on it. But even if I did like them, I'm not paying top 7 Dynasty rookie draft pick money for him. Ross, tell me where I'm wrong or where I'm right.
You're mostly right. I like him quite a bit better than you do. I think he's far, far, far better than Mecole. He's not Tyreek, though. The big difference is being Tyreek is quite a bit thicker and he's quite a bit more agile.
He's quite a bit more everything.
I would say Xavier Worthy's a better pure receiver coming out than Tyreek was. It took Tyreek a couple of years before he learned how to be a wide receiver. He was such a great pure athlete, he could get by until then. But year one, you can't. There's just nothing there. Now, a couple of years down the road, we'll see. Travis Kelce could be done in a year or two.
Yeah, for Dynasty.
But pick him up later when he's cheap.
Yeah, a couple of years from now, any of these guys that go, any of these guys that you go, a year from now, if we're talking guys in the first round of the Dynasty rookie draft, like Malik Neighbors, I don't want in on it right now. I will take, if I can go get an established player that I really want and that I think is a great value exchange for wherever Malik Davis, let's say he's the number 2. If I can trade my number 2 pick for a real existing stud, then I don't even have to worry about whether Neighbors is going to get the targets, who his quarterback's going to be a year from now, how great his tape looks. I was talking with somebody today, and we orchestrated a subscriber to the site, emailed in, and he had an offer in Superflex for the number 1 pick in exchange for Justin Jefferson. And I think picks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at this point, if I can trade them for a legit high-end existing player,
do it.
I do it.
Do it.
And I love Neighbors.
Every single time.
And
but
Harrison is fine. But Harrison is priced to perfection.
Yep.
And I'm going to get Justin Jefferson in this example, real example, at a discount because he's a couple years down the road and now he's got shaky quarterbacks. I mean, I wish it was Kirk Cousins with him, but Justin Jefferson put up numbers with Nick Mullins.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, they're untouched. I mean, they're holy. They're going to make numbers no matter what. I don't know what Harrison and Neighbors are going to be up to, and I don't even mean that from the, you never know with these guys. I mean, Harris, I don't know what's going to happen to Harrison. I know he's going to be the target preference, but I don't know how he's going to react to getting number 1 coverage all of the time when he's not a get open in a blink guy. He's got to have a hand-in-glove relationship with the quarterback that he may get. But I just don't think Marvin Harrison's built for superstar fantasy. I think Malik Neighbors is, but I don't want him with Daniel Jones and that offense.
I'm actually coming around on that one, but
Not that it's going to be.
later.
If I had to pick one of those two guys, if you were forcing me to take the 101 non-super flex, I would take Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
If it was a player I was going to be stuck with for several years, I could very easily just draft Harrison because of if for those that are drafting Sunday and been trying to trade him and a trade really hasn't manifested, I could talk myself into taking Harrison and just trying to work on a trade in the next week or month to go before the draft. And I love Neighbors, and it may work that he gets enough volume, but that's a bad situation.
Guys,
Marvin that would be dead in New York, but Neighbors has a chance because he can catch and run.
If I told you that you can only have one receiver in Dynasty from the first round yesterday, and you can't trade them, you just hold them, so you're going for pure value throughout their career, who would it be?
Neighbors.
Yeah, if they fix the situation.
I don't have to think about it.
That doesn't change because he's so good.
It doesn't matter.
There's no one. When I say there's no one close to him, there's so many great receivers in this, but Neighbors is just a cut above. So I would assume making that pick that he's going to make it work because he's just too good. Everybody else has a little bit more dependency. Buffalo's getting ready to pick they're going through a bunch of hoopla, so it may be 20 minutes from now by the time they make this pick. But any Buffalo thoughts of who they're going to pick?
Yeah, so there's 3 positions that I kind of view as possible. Wide receiver, obviously. I think the pick would be Keon Coleman. But I could also see defensive tackle, Jarson Newton. I could also see Cooper DeJean with the idea that they're going to move him to safety. And I want to tie that into what Xavier's asking in the comments. Xavier, I agree with you. I think Cooper's a corner. I think the league is utterly convinced that he cannot play outside corner. I think they view him as a pure safety, which makes no sense because he's never played safety, really. So, but yeah, I thought he was going to go about pick 2021.
If I have any doubts on DeJean being a shutdown corner, I'm not taking him in the top.
Which is what
50,
I think the NFL,
60.
Which I think is what the NFL is looking at this.
And I have those questions. I
disagree.
I did not like the tape watching him in coverage. Not that he was bad. There were so many others better. I'm not spending a top 50 pick. That's me personally. The draft has the Wolverines up for celebration of their national championship. While that's happening, let me tell you about the bets that I made today on the draft, and then you guys react and say whether you like it or you don't like it.
Okay.
And this is just draft specific. Position of the first player drafted by the Texans.
Okay.
I took offensive line, which is not the odds-on favorite for their pick. It's plus 200.
I like it. I would say probably O-line or D-line.
I think they've done so much work on the D-line, and obviously they added Stephon Diggs. They got Stroud. They got everything they need except for, everybody can always use more defense, but offensive line is their problem. So
O-line's definitely a good bet.
I'm thinking that it's going to be there. How about this? I might get some furrowed eyebrows on this one.
Okay.
Plus 450.
Okay.
First kicker or punter to be taken, Josh Carty out of Stanford.
No, I can see that.
He's like the third on the board for odds of punter or kicker being taken. It's a total Hail Mary throw. It's just when I looked at all the kickers leading up to the draft, Josh Carty is the one that stood out the most among them.
I've seen him mentioned a couple different places, so that wouldn't super shock me.
And then my last one that I know Ross is going to love.
Okay.
So which wide receiver will be taken first?
Okay.
Lad McConkey or Adonai Mitchell?
McConkey.
I took the McConkey plus 150.
That was plus odds?
Mitchell was at negative odds.
No, there's no way.
Russ, can someone fall for it though? Like, is there something about Adonai Mitchell that like a scout, like a GM is like?
There's individual scouts might fall for him. That's happened a lot, but I don't see any
organization.
You never know. It can happen. All it takes is one idiot. But there's so many red flags with Adonai Mitchell. I don't see it. I've said all along, he looks like Terrace Marshall 2.0, and I expect him to go towards the end of the second round. I thought the first round talk all along was complete BS.
I'm going to laugh so hard if Buffalo takes him right here.
They might. You never know.
And I still have Braylon Allen to be the first running back selected at plus 3,500.
Adonai Mitchell's not a Buffalo type receiver, though. They like hardworking.
Would you say that the Bills are headed down the tubes if they make Mitchell the pick here?
Yes.
Like they're already sliding that direction?
Yes.
And that will more confirm it?
I haven't seen anything. I've actually really liked all the moves they've made. I haven't seen anything that takes me off of the Buffalo train. Taking Mitchell would put that squarely in the conversation for me, though.
Xavier was saying,
I think Mitchell is an absolute disaster of a pick. I think it's going to be one of the dumb franchises
I don't think it's a disaster pick, depending on where it's taken. I don't think he's a bust.
I do.
But I don't think he's a first round wide, not in this draft, first round wide receiver. Xavier was saying that Cooper DeJean was around his number 18 guy. I have him as my 24 because he has the flexibility of corner, but also being projected to safety. So I'm with him. I wasn't bowled over by him as a corner, but the fact that he can give you possible multiple positions and be a really good safety, I have him as a first round grade of a player, NFL draft wise. The Bills could further their slide by taking Mitchell here. I would love it for my Curtis Samuel fantasy shares.
Pick us in.
All right.
If they take Kool-Aid, I'm going to.
That's another one.
I don't see corner. I think they're okay with the corners.
I'm gonna rush out to get some more Jets to win the AFC East.
That was a nice move they made during the season when they picked up Douglas from the Packers. Too.
Their defense totally turned around with that. Plus, they had so many injured guys that came back together late
Coleman,
with Douglas.
And this is what I was talking about last night. Was I think they saw a couple of receivers there, and they felt like, okay, we're good with either Leggett or Coleman. We'll just drop back, get a pick, and then we get whichever
Coleman
ones.
makes the most sense here.
Yeah, he fits what they're trying to do. Big body, catch and run.
They already have Samuel and Shakir. Coleman is the perfect fit from an NFL standpoint.
Let's see if that's what happens.
It's nothing against Leggett. It was just, hey, we can get either one. We're good with it. Let's take a free pick from Carolina for it.
Let me ask you a serious question. If you got a free flight and free, somebody's saying it's Coleman, Jan, Sawicki saying it's Coleman.
That's what I was talking about.
I'm going to pause for that. See if that really is, but I'm going to assume that is correct. My number 23 player on the board among the gaggle of good to great wide receiver prospects all still out there. Good for Buffalo. Smart move back. I like him better than Leggett.
Xavier, I think McMillan's going to go before Polk. And I think Roman Wilson doesn't. I think Roman Wilson doesn't go to the third round.
There's a lot of Polk love, and I think he's just good.
Yeah, I don't like Polk or McMillan, but I think
they're both good.
They're fine
in this draft.
Yeah,
there's so many others.
Yeah,
I'm totally intrigued by Keon Coleman. I would not be shocked if we ended up with if we look back in a couple of years and Keon Cole if Neighbors didn't end up being the best wide receiver out of this draft, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Keon Coleman.
Wow, that's strong.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be totally shocked. I mean, he's
at his best. He's right there with Neighbors. I mean, they're differently good. I would say Ricky Pearsall would also be in that discussion of, if not Neighbors, who. But to me, when I watch Keon Coleman, there's so many times where I'm like, wow. When I watch Marvin Harrison, I don't elicit any of that. I get it with Keon Coleman. I get it with Neighbors. I get it with Brian Thomas with his end zone work and his contested catch work. Patriots traded with the Chargers so they could draft Roman Wilson, I assume.
Interesting.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a tackle.
Another tackle?
I think it's going to be either Sua Matea or Patrick Paul.
Before we move off the Bills, I wanted to ask you guys, are you more excited about Worthy and Casey or Coleman with the Bills?
They traded back. The Chargers traded up.
RC says Coleman with the Bills.
What was the question?
Question is, are you more excited about Worthy with the Chiefs or Coleman with the Bills?
Short term, Coleman.
Okay.
Long term,
Coleman.
It's a little close. Probably still Coleman, but I just worry because he doesn't separate very well. Those big guys that don't separate. Yeah, you do.
Doesn't need to.
That's oh really? N'Keal Harry?
Puka, early Puka.
Puka separates.
It just gets open.
Puka, it's not about speed. It's about do you separate. Coleman does not get. He's got the highest contested. He's got the highest contested catch rate in this class, and I think the highest or the lowest completed contested catch rate, which is really worrisome. But
okay, Chargers pick is in.
So the Chargers traded up.
Ross says it's going to be a tackle. RC, what do you say?
I thought you were saying New England. I thought you were saying New England traded up.
No.
Chargers traded up.
It's a Michigan player. That's all I'm going to say.
Is there
you think so?
Corner?
Roman Wilson.
I don't think they're taking.
I don't know that they take Chris Jenkins or Sanistrill or
I'm going to go Chris Jenkins here.
I'm going to go with Wilson. They need a receiver. It's chalky though.
I could see Max Melton maybe. Oh no! Rakestraw or Chris Jenkins. I'm gonna say Rakestraw actually.
I think Rakestraw's gonna. You'll hear his name in the third round.
Anyone from Michigan?
I wonder if Harbaugh, if he's going to go away from Michigan because everybody's thinking, all he's going to do is draft Michigan guys.
Yeah, he didn't do that last time. That.
Yeah, but he wasn't with a program for a decade and won a national championship.
I don't think he's making a conscious decision to it. He's going to take who he thinks is the best player. And he might think his guys are the best, but...
That's what I would...
I don't see him taking a receiver early second. Chris Jenkins, maybe, but Chris Jenkins is a legitimately solid-ish.
Lad McConkey.
No way. Wow, what a good pick. I like that a lot, too.
That's a perfect guy with Justin Herbert.
I'm surprised he went with a little slot receiver.
Now, he's going to probably have a really good fantasy season.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the perfect guy. That's the perfect
Interesting.
Keenan Allen replacement of the pitch and catch receiver.
Well, they get
How-
their tackle, and now
Wow.
they get their receiver. I like it.
Interesting.
2 wide receivers fast means there's going to be a wide receiver run now.
Does McConkey look like he's put on weight?
Yeah, McConkey's, you keep calling
He's
him little.
shredded,
He's
man.
not little. Yeah. And he ran a 4.39.
I don't care about that. He looks skinny on
I'm just
tape.
saying, he's an athlete.
They've got him listed at 186, but he
He-
looked quite a bit thicker.
He may have
sitting there on that
benched like
couch.
17 or 19 reps.
I don't care what he can bench.
I'm just saying, he's got a frame. He's not Xavier Worthy.
Look at him on tape. He's skinny.
I'm not worried about his old tape. I'm talking about now. Look at his neck on that.
But that's what I'm. That's
He's
what
got a
I'm
linebacker's
asking.
neck now.
That's what I was saying. Was sitting there on that couch like it looks like he's put on weight.
Xavier
Which
Worthy
is
looks like
great.
Flavor Flav. Lad McConkey looks like a linebacker.
That's literally what I was saying. He's sitting on that couch like he looks like he's bulked up a little bit. I like that. I don't like him at the 185. Yeah, he's definitely put on weight. He looks like he's closer to 200. I like that.
That will get him into the first round of the Dynasty rookie draft.
Okay, so same question. You guys talked about Cole.
McConkey.
Okay. All right. For the audience that wasn't here 5 minutes ago, I asked RC and Ross if they preferred Worthy on the Chiefs or Coleman with the Bills, and they both leaned towards Coleman. And now the question's McConkey with the Chargers or Coleman with the Bills. Ross, what says you?
I will go Coleman because I like the offense a little bit better.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Worthy or McConkey. So the question is
Oh.
McConkey or Coleman?
Or McConkey or it's McConkey and Coleman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go Coleman.
I'll go McConkey.
Atlanta traded up.
Oh, no. What did we do now?
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, we need to get ready
People
for
were
the
joking
end
about
of
that
the
earlier.
Penix era.
And they don't need a wide receiver. Again, this is
Rake
going to be
Straw.
a defensive player.
Yeah. I'll say Rakestraw. Maybe maybe a pass rusher.
Stop with Rakestraw.
I'm not saying because I like him. I don't, but I think he's gonna go relatively early.
I think the
Don't will
receivers
that
in
to
play,
our
too.
Falcons. Me and Andrew's Falcons.
Okay,
I don't want to hear this talk.
well then I'll say Max Milton. I like Max Milton.
I have a feeling it's going to be a receiver.
Who's their slot wide receiver right now?
Damn, we gave up a third round.
Darnell Mooney.
Jeez.
No, it's Mooney and London on the outside.
Oh, they got Rondale.
And yeah, that's it, Rondale Moore. So I don't know if they're
Yeah, I don't think
press
they're
for a
It's gonna be either a pass
Corley
rusher
or a
corner.
Roman Wilson. What about Peyton? Well, they don't need Peyton Wilson if they got Troy Anderson
And
Pass rusher
Ellis.
corner.
and Ellis. Maybe they take the other Ellis.
That would be cool. Ellis brothers.
Jonah Ellis.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah,
Chris
a little bit
Jenkins?
early for him. I think it'd be Chris Braswell if they go edge rusher.
Fisk.
Chris
Fisk.
Jenkins. I don't think they're gonna take another.
I could.
Ross,
Lightweight defensive
I got
lineman.
close.
Is
So-
it Fisk?
I got close. If it's Fisk,
Wow.
Is that good?
I'm
That's a good-
How do you
That's
guys
a
feel?
fan.
I love Fisk. I'm a little surprised he went this early.
You gotta trust me, man.
Hey, we need an edge rusher. I mean that's something.
He's
we
not an
need.
edge rusher.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not an edge. What
Is
is
a defensive tackle,
Oh, interesting.
slightly
He'll-
undersized, but
Yeah, and the issue with
arguably the best pass rusher threat.
but
as
he's
a
not going to be
defensive tackle.
playing. They're going to be running a 3-4 though. He's not really going to be lined up over
Oh,
the
so
guard. He's
he'll
going to be
be
lined up
in-
over the tackle, playing kind of 3-4 end. I'm not sure I really like that for him getting sacks,
What
but
if he drops about 7 or 8 pounds?
no, they'll keep him right where he's at. 292 is perfect for 3-4 end. But
Thoughts on...
I like it. I like the pick.
From Raider707, thoughts on Mayer's dynasty stock after the Bowers pick. I hated Mayer from the jump. I didn't think he was going to be any good for fantasy, which turned out to be correct. And now that Bowers is there, they're going to need to trade him, or he's doomed. I mean, he was already doomed by his restrictive talent level, but with Bowers there, Mayer's done. And the new the Falcons took Aurora Shack test.
Okay, I was gonna say.
And I like him.
He's fine.
I was just surprised he went this high.
I had Aurora going about 40.
Wait, who is this guy?
So.
Yeah, I had him one.
Clemson defensive tackle.
Okay.
He's okay. Generically good.
Yeah, he's
nothing special.
He's a Thomas alike that they hope is big and quick and disruptive, but
it's got a cool name.
Is randomly good, like most defensive linemen. They have one or two backfield moments and then a lot of nothing. But
so my
pivot defensive tackle is fine. This would be something. If they picked him in the third, we would all went, "Oh yeah,
yeah, it's fine."
Second, we're like,
I kind of expected him to go mid-second. This is a little early even for me. I still think Fisk is going to fall to the third, but we'll see.
I'm okay with it.
It's fine. Fisk would have been a lot better.
But
yeah, I see the talent. I see the upside.
Yeah, they traded up to get him, Jan. Or Jan. I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
There's nothing more annoying than these teams all hugging each other after they make a pick. Like, I've never worked corporate or any job where something went well and then we all hugged.
They gotta show off for the cameras.
I've slapped five, I've fist bumped. I have never hugged anyone from something going successfully at work.
Yeah, that's a little odd.
That makes me think of last year when Caserio traded up for what's his name? The Will Anderson. He was pounding the desk.
I mean, I could shout and shake my fist in excitement, pump my fist, but I have never embraced another human over something we did at work.
Yeah.
That's hypothetical. This would be like giving a business plan presentation for 2025, and then after you gave it, you hugged everybody on your team afterwards, like you'd really accomplished something.
Chat asked you if you would rip your shirt off in excitement.
For a certain price on OnlyFans, I might.
Washington's got to be a tackle, surely.
The picks in...
Who we got? Washington.
I'll say Patrick Paul or Kingsley. Probably Patrick Paul if I had to take a guess, but
Patrick Paul's like my 8th best player left on the board, highest rated offensive lineman left on the board.
Got to protect your brand new quarterback.
Yeah.
No, we got to get him more wide receivers.
Surely they didn't take Newton when they've already got Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. That would be wild.
Jan got McConkey right, I think, and Coleman right, but he did not jump in on the Aurora one. So his
I'm not sure
track
if he's saying
record's
that
been
or if it's
pretty
a
good right
guess.
now. Yeah.
That would be
Well,
wild.
he's going to be 3 for 3 about 3 minutes early ahead of anybody seeing the pick. So I'm going to trust him if this is.
Why? I mean, he's a good player, but
Olivia Newton-John.
Man, what are you even gonna do with him? That's just collecting talent.
Payne and Allen.
I'd trade Payne, but it's a heck of a D line.
Well, it is Dan Quinn, so.
Hey, I think Newton's the best defensive tackle in this class. So, yeah, that's true. They could do anything.
Yeah.
Just collect as many good players as you can find.
Too early for the tight end prospecks.
They can still go tackle it.
Hey Xavier, are you giving up on Emmanuel Forbes?
No. Why? Why would you give up on Forbes?
Xavier, you sound so lifelike.
I like Forbes too.
Oh, but I was going to turn and ask you the same. But he looked bad last year, and I liked him.
Everybody looked bad on that defense.
With all those picks, Washington. I saw somebody had a Dynasty rookie draft question and then pulled it back.
Well, just think about. I mean, people have up and down years. What was the Tariq Woolen? Looked like a god year one, and he was not good last year.
I would have thought Forbes would have stepped in and been better. He looked pretty lost. I mean, I'll give him the mulligan year.
They kind of had a terrible coaching situation going on, too. New Google Plus sucks. Said, watch Washington go quarterback today. Yeah, I made a joke about that.
They might trade for Cousins right now.
Back when we did the matchups, like the first round on
what is going on? Sorry, on the draft. I'm watching Roger Goodell get undressed with somebody. What the heck is going on? Like I'm watching the Lifetime Network all of a sudden.
This is what I meant. It feels like it takes forever.
Sorry, Ross.
They're putting on a show. No, it's fine.
Those were hitting the floor. People were putting on different shirts, and they were trading shirts. I don't know who it is. I don't have the sound on. It's Darryl Green.
I'm so far behind you guys. My mind is always late.
And that's on the ESPN one. I got the NFL ones, or the NFL Network one blocked from view. I need to see what they're doing. Oh, they're doing a panoramic shot of the crowd. If I gave you a free ticket, put you up in a La Quinta Inn for 5 days, and you could go stand in the draft in Detroit, would you do it, or would you go, geez, no thanks, I'm good,
pass.
Just watching the TV?
Yeah, it's a hard pass.
I don't want to be. No, I don't want to ever be in a crowd like that.
I mean, how is there like 50,000 people standing and watching Darryl Green and Roger Goodell exchange chastity belts on national television? Like, what is going on? This pick has been in for an hour. I think
really
one of the
like
other
team,
teams, I think the Patriots could run in and submit a pick right now and get it.
I mean, it's just people.
It's Jerry Newton.
Oh.
Yeah, so person in chat he's got it ahead of us, but it's SR Gamblers.
Which I'm good. Keep on bringing it, SR. I don't need the drama. I need the info.
So what do you guys think of that fit?
Of the pick?
Yeah.
I love Newton. I think he's the best defensive tackle in the class.
I'm with Ross. This doesn't make any. Washington needs 9 million things. Defensive tackle didn't seem to be one of them.
But they've got like 5 top 100 picks, so just get as many good players as you can get.
I mean, if you were the Washington GM, given their roster, given what's happened so far,
I would be collecting
this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be getting as many good players as I can. Jerzon Newton, I think, is a top 10 player in this draft. So yeah, absolutely, I would.
All right, can't deny you with that statement.
And then
I had him just behind Fisk, but I get it.
I have Fisk
a
second.
late-comer Newton fan. Would you have not taken Patrick Paul there, given the Washington
I
roster?
don't like Patrick Paul that much, and they've got another pick and 4 picks. So you can get, Paul or Kingsley. Go ahead and get the top 10, top 15 player while you can. I absolutely agree with that.
What about...
and you've already got Jaden Daniels. I think Washington's got to be the lead.
What if somebody was telling you, hey, we got to make this pick. I'm willing to take Jonah Ellis right now because I don't want to miss him. And somebody else says, no, we got to take Newton. Who would you have taken?
Newton.
Yep, I can't shake him off of it.
I like Jonah Ellis, but I like Newton better.
As our gambler's starting to throw some jabs.
How many top 10? I haven't said but one top 10 guy.
Okay.
All right, SR saying
my top 10 would be Neighbors, Newton, Alt, Daniels.
Can you guys see Dijon here?
You're going to see Jalen Polk is who you're going to see. Not Jalen McMillan, but Jalen Polk.
Wow. So he did go ahead of McMillan.
He went ahead of Malachi Corley. He went ahead of Roman Wilson.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not crazy about any of those guys, but I don't like Polk either.
I think Polk is fine. I am not taking him number 37 in this draft. No how, no way.
Ugh, that's an atrocious pick.
Like, why don't you just go trade for Darius Slayton? You get the same thing.
Yeah.
I had Polk as my exact number 100 player in the draft. Not that I'm against it. I just don't think that with all the other wide receivers and the value of the game that he brings is not a second round. It's not an early second round. Drake May and Jalen Polk combination for the Patriots ensures their doom for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, that's more on the Pats infrastructure more than anything, but...
not that Polk is bad. It's just that team needs everything. There's so many great players, then they just take an average, good wide receiver.
You know who Polk reminds me of from last year? Jaden Reed. Which
I don't think he plays Jaden Reed's style. Jaden Reed takes jet sweeps and plays a short game. Polk doesn't play a short game. He plays
because he has it doesn't mean you can't.
A short, medium game.
There's I can see some similarities between the two.
Okay,
Polk's a little bit bigger.
The Titans submitted their pick too, so we're definitely going faster than yesterday. What do you guys think? Where do you think they're going to go?
This better be damn good because I am sick to my stomach over them taking what's his face? Was it Latham?
Latham, yeah.
First. At least they didn't take Mims, so that was the good part. That was the best thing I could say about that pick.
They could have got Fashanu too. I don't know if you had him higher than Fashanu.
Yeah. I would have took a Fashanu over.
Pretty much anybody over Latham.
Yeah, I would have taken any Samoan-based player, offensive line prospect over him. I don't think they need a center, so they wouldn't do Von Prawn here.
What about that Jackson Powers guy?
If they take, let me just say this: if they take Roman Wilson or Malachi Corley, I'm going to be excited, but I'm never going to utter the words Kyle Phillips ever again.
Oh wow, they took Sweat. Ugh.
How's that?
What are they doing?
Ugh.
And I mean, that's fine.
That's trouble.
They need a DT.
That clogs up the middle. Fine. It's not bad. I'm more disappointed because I wanted them to take. I would have liked to seen the Titans just take 5 offensive linemen in a row. I'm okay with Sweat. He's a guy that size has value. that can move like he can move.
Yeah, but that's not
I
the
don't
issue.
think he's great.
The issue is he's a knucklehead that can't keep his weight down. He's constantly getting drunk and partying.
There's a knucklehead factor for sure. If I could just get him to the game, even if he's drunk, to just clog up the middle, just don't go off sides, wait till everybody else moves, and then just clog up the middle.
It's fine while he's on his rookie contract, but God forbid they give him a big second contract. That's going to be trouble.
But there is some rationale to chase him because there's nobody like him in this draft. I don't know that I would have made this pick, but I get why they did it. Like Jalen Polk, there's 10 Jalen Polks still in this draft available. You didn't need the Patriots needed anything but wide receivers, especially average wide receivers. So if the Patriots would have took Sweat, I would have been like, okay, I get that. I mean, you can take a shot that this is going to be a big body that's going to clog up the middle, and maybe he'll get off the sauce and be a good player. But
if you won the draft
Sweat,
with
I don't
pure
get
weight, the Titans would be leading.
I mean, 360-pound guy that can move like he can move. I'm more interested in him. When I would watch the tape of Murphy, I would be drawn right to Sweat.
Well, it's hard not to when he fills up the whole screen.
Well, that's what I'd be drafting him for.
They're definitely going for big bodies.
Who's that guy that was the longtime defensive tackle that set the Texas deadlift record 7-8 years ago, and he was just a human wrecking ball that would just shove the line back, and then everybody. He started out with Cincinnati. And
Echo?
I forget. No.
I don't think he was from Texas. You're thinking of you talking about Andrew Billings?
Andrew Billings. Yeah. Like if you can get there's value in getting an Andrew Billings type player where you'll never know they exist. They're just a big bulldozer that corrupts one side of the line because they're just so massive. They don't make plays themselves, but everybody can follow behind them and make plays in the corrupted wall that he broke down.
Yeah, but you got Billings as a 4th-round pick. They had to spend an early 2nd round on that.
Yeah, all true. I'm just saying there's a value in that type of body that's never going to put up Hall of Fame numbers or stats or anything, but corrupts a line.
But can you even keep him on the field for 3 downs in the modern NFL?
Probably because he's going to be too out of shape to get off the field in a hurry. So he's going to have to stay out there.
Like that scene from
he can't run off by the
longest yard where the guy's just laying on the ground, huffing and puffing. Somebody get me a Diet Coke.
Okay, so the Sweat pick official, and according to SR Gamblers, I think that Carolina might have traded with the Rams, so the Rams are going to be up. I haven't seen it come through on my screen yet, though. So, if it's the Rams, what are they doing?
Who knows?
I'm going to say either Peyton Wilson.
Ooh, that would be nice.
That'd be a good pick.
Wouldn't Fisk meet what they're going to do in the 3-4?
Yep. Fisk would be a great pick. Yeah, I did. I left Sweat off because of all this.
Oh, I forgot all about the contest.
Yep, I left Sweat off because of all the weight issues and getting arrested and all that mess. It was just too much.
For a shame.
But it happens.
Look at him. He almost picked off a pass there on the highlight reel.
And a lot of times nose tackles fall a lot farther in the draft anyways. I just thought it was going to be too many issues. But
I think he had too good of a Senior Bowl in non-real play, like in the trenches, for all the guys to ogle after how he was pad cracking.
It is going to be Fisk, I think.
If they did, that's a great pick.
I like that.
That brings the Rams back on into my good graces.
What did they do yesterday?
Burst,
which is
it's all right.
Yeah, but if you
They
think
already
about
got
it
Byron
as
Young. I don't know why they were going to get Verse.
if you think about it as Fisk is the first rounder and then Verse is the second rounder, I'm fine with that.
Mike Lombardi, when I was listening to that podcast, is like, oh, and the Rams were so smart. They went out and got Verse because that guy can rush the passer. He can play the run. I'm like, what the hell tape are you watching?
Yeah.
He's only going to play the run if he's inadvertently in the backfield when he's trying to blitz the backfield every play.
Look, the guy worked with Belichick and was with him in Cleveland, New England, whatever, so it's hard to really bash him. But
SR Gamblers is throwing haymakers.
I don't know why. I haven't said there's that many. I don't know if I'd have Fisk top 10. Top 20, top 25.
If you're just joining, you're here live with AndrewDFS, RC, and Ross top 10 Jacobs.
Apparently. I'd love to hear who the other guys are that I've said are top 10.
Top 10 Ross. I like it.
That's kind of catchy. Everybody else has got a little nickname.
Jeez.
Okay, so
Hashtag
Washington
top 10.
They're going to turn me into Jim Nance over here. I really like that guy. Not Nance. It's Aikman.
Troy
Aikman. Yeah.
I really like this guy. I really like that guy.
Fisk. No, not only is I really like that guy, I've always liked that guy.
Always liked that guy.
So Washington has
pass rushers completely unblocked. I really like that guy. He's got a little something.
That's interesting. They just picked and they're back on the clock.
Oh, that safety that just chased the ball carrier and the ball carrier just went out of bounds, but the safety just kind of escorted him off the sideline. I've always liked that guy. Mark Faria asking, so
we love it.
How do you guys think the Lions did last night? I bet on the Lions to win that division, so more money on them winning their division. And I also got a message from DraftKings if I wanted to cash out that bet already. The Eagles just traded for this pick from Washington. So it is a 7-minute clock. I thought it was a 5-minute clock. It's a 7-minute clock.
It may drop to 5 in the third round.
The Lions are in the handful, the fistful of teams
Eagles
that I can see winning the Super Bowl. And what they did with Arnold last night just furthered that thought. Who is Philadelphia? Philly. I don't think they'll get Cooper
Braswell.
They got so many safeties already.
I'm gonna guess Braswell, but oh wow, is it Cooper?
We don't.
I love
it. That may be Ryan's speculation.
It could be. If that's what it is, though, I like it.
If SR Gamblers Jan says it, then
plus
he confirms it, then I'll believe it.
Cooper DeShane.
When do I expect my initial Dynasty rookie board to be out? Sometime in the middle of the day, maybe before they draft Saturday, like a top 10, as much of it as I can get done based on what we know so far. Obviously, there'll be 4 more rounds of the draft to go. But then I hope to have a
Dijon it is.
So it's going to be Dijon. I don't get that, but they're attacking what they needed to attack.
Yeah, horrible secondary. Absolutely, I love it.
The top 50 to 100, I'd say sometime Saturday night on the East Coast, Saturday early evening, I'll have a top 100 in name and rank only, but maybe commentary and strategy discussions on the first 20, let's say. But there's the problem with rushing out this Dynasty rookie draft board, which I'm going to do. The problem with rushing it out is there's so much to digest, especially in this particular Dynasty rookie draft, because I think it is a total problem at the top. If this is the worst year I've ever seen to have a top 5 pick to actually make the pick. So there's what the strategy is to trade these picks in various scenarios. I want to make sure I get a message out for people to consider what to do, what you should be looking to if you're going to trade it, and then what happens if you get stuck and you have to make the pick.
RCSR is saying that the Eagles are probably getting Dijon.
Yep.
We already talked about that. Sorry.
We're talking about that a little bit. Now Ryan's saying the Saints are trading up. It's a smart, safe, logical pick for the Eagles. I wouldn't have made the pick if I were the Eagles, just because I would want somebody, for me personally, that I think is a more pure cover corner. And they've got Sidney Brown and Reed Blanket. They've got safety, so the fallback to Dijon being a safety isn't as important in Philadelphia.
I mean, both their picks, though, Mitchell and...
But it's a good... I'm not anti Dijon. There's just some guys I like at corner better.
Yeah.
But I'm not anti.
Saints.
He's going to be a useful corner, especially in a zone setup, and he's going to be a possible safety convert, so he gives you a couple different options.
They should be heavy zone with
Are the Saints going to take an offensive lineman here?
Yeah, I kind of think they go double up
double
on the
dip.
tackles.
Double
double dip on the tackles.
If we agree that offensive line is the second most important thing, it is totally ridiculous, these linemen that are dropping this far in the draft.
Yeah.
Isn't there a center that was supposed to go in the first round, that Jackson Powers guy or whatever?
Yeah.
I didn't think he would, but there was talk of him.
Yeah.
But I think he's been exposed as not a first-round talent.
He's just not that athletic.
I got several centers ahead of him.
He's kind of lumbering.
So who's the best one on the clock on the board? Kingsley?
The best tackle? I think RC likes Patrick Paul.
I like Patrick Paul, like Zach Zinner if they go guard. I like Von Prawn if they go center. And if any of those guys could be used in other spots, Zach Frazier are guys that I like.
Oh, New Orleans.
Oh, please tell me the Saints picked
not good.
Kool-Aid. No, look at Dijon. Oh, that's the Eagles. Make it fine. We're so far back.
I want the Saints to take Adonye. That would be my choice.
They're taking something even worse. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Is that confirmed or?
Yeah, he's been
SR's been on the money.
Oh my god. I hope so. I hope SR is not screwing with me.
I love Fuago.
That is good news from our Falcons.
Let's go. We need some good news after drafting that freaking defensive tackle that I can't even enunciate his name.
It's all right.
Does he fit the scheme better than someone Newton? Like Newton would have?
Roro?
Yeah.
He's more of a get into the backfield. I think Newton's more of a Kenny Clark play the run.
Oh, I would say it's completely the other way around.
You can be wrong.
You can be too. I don't know how you could look at those two and think that Newton's not the far more disruptive one,
but Texans are next. They haven't made any picks yet, right? They're the only team that hasn't made a pick.
I think Newton is the best run defender, defensive tackle in this draft.
Which is weird because most people think he's a terrible run defender.
That was the thing that turned me around on him.
I thought he was okay. I like his pass rush.
He's got a natural instinct to chase down ball carriers that most defensive tackles, they just get leaned too far. They get their momentum going too far in whatever direction. And if they get free into the backfield, great. But if they get blocked, they're stuck. Newton has a great knack for dodging and diving and darting across the line to wrangle ball carriers trying to evade them.
They're really comparing DeJean to Malcolm Jenkins.
they just forget that they have Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown. Is Kool-Aid McKinstry going to be the worst pick in this draft so far?
Ooh.
I'm not sure if... Yeah, Kool-Aid's probably worse than
J.J. McCarthy?
No, I was going to say the Chop Robinson.
No, well, for the level of pick, Chop Robinson was the worst pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Just pure value. Where would you have taken him?
Who?
Chop.
4th round, 5th round.
Whoa. Dang.
I might have taken him in the 3rd.
Maybe 3rd.
And then I might try to move him to middle linebacker.
Okay, SR has
I'm not joking.
Maybe Sam linebacker. I don't know. I don't think I put him at middle.
Well, interior linebacker. Like I thought I saw some vibes where he might make a great linebacker. Not an outside, not a 3-4, sneaky.
Yeah.
I'm talking legit interior linebacker. Because he can't rush the passer, so I mean, you might as well have him do something.
He's one of the best athletes in the draft,
that's why I would say McKinstry's probably the worst pick because I don't think McKinstry's going to be fairly useless and is a problem. Chop Robinson, I might be able to make him a fullback. I might be able to do things with him.
Oof, Houston.
The Saints, they're showing the Saints 2 picks, Fuaga and McKinstry. Arguably the best pick in the draft and the worst pick in the draft.
Yeah.
All in the same draft.
Guys, so SR threw it in the chat. Houston is going to take Lassiter from Georgia.
That's not good.
That's chasing. I see hope in Lassiter. I can see Lassiter being onto an NFL team, but not in the middle of the second round.
Would you rather have Lassiter or Kool-Aid?
Lassiter just by default.
I don't like either one of those.
I'm scrolling down. I keep scrolling to try to find where I have.
If the Packers get Max Melton fall to them, that's with those two go ahead. Am
I getting Bullard and Lassiter confused with each other? I have McKinstry as the 141st prospect.
Ross, did you throw Kool-Aid in your top 100?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just curious.
I didn't have him in the first round, though.
Yeah.
Lassiter I have at 220, so yeah, he's the Georgia one I don't like. How did you do this, Houston? You had Super Bowl possibilities.
So
didn't you learn your lesson with how bad Derek Stingley is?
But if you look at all of Houston's picks, right, like last year obviously they get a home run with Stroud. Like, do you like any non-Stroud pick that Caserio's made for the Texans?
And he lucked into the Stroud pick because if they would have took Stroud first, they probably would have took Bryce Young, I'm sure.
And then they would be on their way out.
Last year had been blown to smithereens.
Yeah.
Took Tank Dell.
Tank Dell, but that's because of Stroud.
Christian Harris was okay.
Their best scout.
Do you think Stroud's looking at Lassiter saying, like, come on, guys, what the hell are you guys doing?
Unless he knows something about Lassiter. When I was hearing Stroud talk about various picks, I'm like, damn,
Could you
Nice
tell?
stuff.
He knows what he's talking about, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I still like Derek Stingley. The problem with the Derek Stingley pick was you took him
Stinks.
over Sauce.
Yeah.
That was the mistake
that
they
too.
made, but I do like Stingley.
I do not.
He had a good year last year once he came back from injury, but he does get hurt a lot.
How about I give you all
Oh,
that
good pick, Arizona.
that
Good
free
pick, Arizona.
that free airfare to Detroit, put you up in a La Quinta Inn, continental breakfast included, free plane ticket, 5 days, but you got to go dress up in face paint and giant horns like this idiot I just saw on screen that's dressed up in a Houston Texans dressed up like a steer with blue and red face paint.
How is anybody going to know you love your team if you don't?
I mean, I'm sure he's scouted Lassiter to the depths. He's very excited about the pick.
RC, you can fly me first class and put me at the Ritz, and I still wouldn't do that.
Well, first class in Ritz.
Not doing
RC
face
About
paint.
whether I want to take my life into my own hands to be among the Detroit crowd, packed in.
Chat's asking if you've had a bad experience at a La Quinta.
Yeah, you keep bringing it
They
up.
feel like you're picking on them.
Okay, I will explain myself on that. La Quinta is a top 10 hotel franchise chain. When I used to work corporate,
How many are there?
and they used to send us various places, or my territory covered multiple states, so I'd drive to it and have a hotel stay. We got to choose where we stayed within we had a budget, and then you just had to fill in the budget, or you had to take the hotel that fit your budget. So that always was either Hilton or Marriott, but then I became like, I'm going all in on one or the other so that I can rack up the points and get the rewards and all of that. So I ended up being a Marriott guy.
Ugh.
And doing all the travel that I did. I can appreciate the difference between a bad Marriott hotel stay and a good one. I got to know all the hotels and all that, but occasionally we'd have to go on like a group thing to somewhere, and we'd get all the rooms in this, we'd have to get 20, 40, 50 rooms in a hotel, and our bosses would occasionally get cheap and look for the best bargain, and every so often we get put up in like a La Quinta Inn, or when you travel as much as I used to, I'd probably have 75 to 100 hotel stays a year. You can appreciate a good quality hotel stay versus when you go down to the Motel 6, Motel 8, and La Quinta. And La Quinta isn't bad, but it's no Marriott or Hilton.
It depends on what Marriott you're talking about, speaking from experience.
Oh yeah, there's bad
Marriott's
Marriotts out there, but I knew my territory. I knew where which ones to go to in the family of brands whenever I'd go to the repeating cities. And now on the app you can see the ratings, and I can look on the map and I go, if there's a Waffle House or a Denny's within 2 miles, I'm not staying there. So you can check out in advance so easily where the good places to stay are. But La Quinta does, as Jim Haley says, means next to Denny's in Spanish. It's either next to Denny's or next to Waffle House. Which I don't have any problem eating at a Waffle House. I just don't want to stay where they're located.
Okay, Arizona's pick is in. SR is saying that it's going to be Max Melton. Yesterday they took Harrison and Darius Robinson. So, Ross, sounds like by your tone you like Melton.
I like this whole draft class for Arizona. I think it would have been better if they'd taken Neighbors over Harrison, but these are three good. It's just three really solid players.
Yep.
So
they have not taken a bust yet.
Yeah.
And again,
Three.
I'm not radically against Marvin Harrison. I just don't think he's anywhere near worth the value of what he's being portrayed and what they had to use such pick on him for. I would have definitely picked the Neighbors if I was in their shoes at 4.
But it's fine. Like, you've got three good starters.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're doing fine. Ugh, Las Vegas, man. What are y'all doing?
They already submitted their pick. Oh,
What are you doing, man?
Powers Johnson.
There are so many better centers out there. But I bet he in the interview he probably acted all tough and said some just win baby stuff and totally conned them.
Raider way.
Antonio Pierce is going to be the death of them.
Yeah.
Man, that's rough. So their 2 picks, Bowers and Johnson, but they could have had Fuaga. It's crazy.
Yep.
They could have actually made something of this.
A lot of teams are going to look back and wish they made the Fuaga pick.
Yeah.
I don't like this. You know why? You know why I don't like this Arizona draft?
Why?
Because I got a lot of money riding on the Rams
On the
over
Rams.
8.5 wins. I don't need Arizona or Seattle getting good.
Arizona's passing Seattle up right now.
Yeah, I would agree. But I'm not threatened.
Better quarterback.
yet. I
Better
just
offensive line.
for the money that I have on the Rams, I'm sorry to any Arizona fans, but I need that franchise to crumble just for 2024.
I love what Monty has done
I mean, I don't want
since he took over.
Yeah, I don't want anything in my way of me winning a big bet. So they need to stop taking good players.
Green Bay coming up, I would think is going to be a linebacker.
Is this a Peyton Wilson spot?
Maybe.
Is there an Iowa or Georgia player they should want to take?
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I'm afraid they're going to take Cooper, though.
Do have
I would have taken
Jackson Powers Jonathan as the 79th best player on the board by virtue of the strength of anything good on the offensive line has some value.
Yeah. It's
But
not a bust.
I have 3 other centers ahead of him. So I'm acting like this is some terrible pick. It's not a terrible pick. I just would have
You
gone
could've
in
done better.
different directions. Oh,
Did-
Green Bay
did
is
they-
taking Ross's boy.
And specifically for their system, I don't get the Cooper pick. Because what he does well is attack the line of scrimmage, but they're going to have him playing off.
If they think he's
I
like
just-
Devondre Campbell, they're wrong.
Yeah, very wrong.
So yesterday they took Guyton, right? Was that their? No, wait, that was Dallas's pick. Who
They
did?
took Jordan Morgan.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I will say this in defense of taking Cooper here. I think he has hope of being a very disruptive pass rusher outside linebacker.
Yeah, but they're not. They're running a 4-3.
I just don't value that skill that I would have to take it in the second round of the draft. There are other guys you could sneak attack with. Just like I never liked Leonard Floyd. Yeah, he gets sacks and all of that, but if you can get any fast guy to come in on third downs and line up in different places and rush the backfield with other good guys on the defensive line that are getting taken up by blockers, and Floyd comes through clean and makes a sack, that's great for him, but I feel like I could get any number of guys to fill that surprise rush the backfield.
Yeah. Carolina coming up.
I had Cooper as the 51st best player on the board just because he is quite the fast-footed talent to get into the backfield. But
Carolina
he
coming
isn't,
up.
by no means is he a traditional linebacker.
Carolina may be coming up for one of the running backs.
Are they going to get the first running back off the board?
Yeah, I kind of wonder if they might go Benson. Jump in the Giants for him.
That's logical. So then they would have, if that happens, then they literally hit Leggett and then got a running back. So a receiver running back.
Colts are on the clock. Or Carolina already made the pick, and the Colts trade the pick. Okay, is that what? I'm a second behind. Okay, Colts traded to Carolina. Got it.
Ooh, look at how good Cooper is getting a free rush to the quarterback and how hard he hit him. Great.
He's got a skill. I just don't.
He's an excellent QB spy, but
I don't. Yeah, and
how often are you gonna have him QB
he
spy?
can probably snuff out some screen passes, and he can probably surprise blitz the backfield. So he's got some value. It's just I see other things more valuable out there.
New Google, I agree with you. Carolina's got a ton of holes. I'm just telling you, best guess would be that maybe they go for Benson, but I have honestly not much clue what Carolina's thinking this draft.
This is starting to get into the range
I was
of
close.
a running back going. Oh, Brooks.
I was close.
I love that for the downfall of the Panthers. I did not want them to take Benson and ruin him.
Yep, there goes your Braylon Allen, first running back.
Oh, yeah. That was just a long shot hope that has been dashed. But this is going to force. I'll bet in the next couple picks, if it's not natural, Dallas is going to have to run up, and now that a running back has gone off the board, Dallas is going to have to step it up and not miss out.
I think Dallas waits till round 4, and I still think they're going to go with Tyrone Tracy. I think they're looking for a linebacker. If they could get Peyton Wilson at whatever they're at, 55, that'd be fantastic.
Put me down for the prediction that they are going to trade up into the next couple of picks. Because if the Giants take Benson or Allen at 47, then
if the Giants don't take Benson,
Dallas is in trouble if they thought that they were going to steal a running back out of this group. Is Brooks better than Hubbard? I think Brooks is better. I think Brooks is fine. Oh, good Lord. I'm sorry, I'm captivated by this Panthers fan they have on the screen. I don't want to say anything negative in case it's somebody's mom, but is Brooks better than Hubbard? I think Brooks has got Alvin Kamara vibes. It's just, why would you take... I wouldn't want to take a running back off an ACL because you don't know if he's going to be fully healed or if he's going to have J.K. Dobbins problems. In Benson's case, he's had his wicked ACL, then came back and showed that he was fine. In Brooks's case, the last thing we know is he got an ACL. We don't know really how he's going to react or heal from it. So why, with all this other running back talent, would you burn a pick on Brooks when you got Benson out there? Oh, good Lord,
Giants
you're kidding me.
a pick.
And I love the guy personally. The guy's going to be great guy in the locker room, and he's going to try hard, but I ain't paying a second rounder for that.
Yeah.
Benson was supposed to go over him, right?
A lot of people thought so.
Yeah,
I think it was 50-50.
Yeah, it was close, but Brooks was just slightly ahead of the consensus mock draft average. But I thought there's no way anybody would take him that highly with all these other options because of the unsurety of his rehab. Even if everything's looking great right now, it's still, you don't know if you're going to get a J.K. Dobbins situation.
Panthers are a train wreck right now.
What about this next pick with Tyler Novin?
Tyler Novin is not good.
When I look and see the names left on the board to take, and then I see the Giants taking Nubin, this is ridiculous. This is coaches falling in love with players who had a great interview and who are great guys.
Yep.
Which I want all of those guys, but not at pick 47.
There's at least half a dozen safeties better than Tyler Nubin. I mean, you don't really want to be taking a safety in a second unless they're great.
Did I miss something? Did the Giants fix their entire offensive line when I wasn't looking? Why are they taking safeties?
Did they fix it? That's arguable, but they did sign like 3 different guys.
But didn't
they're just guys?
Crap.
Nobody notable.
They think they signed guys.
So where would
the Giants are going to be terrible this year?
Where would Brooks have gone? Do you guys think he was a 4th rounder?
Brooks, 3rd.
No, he was going to go. He's going to go around Benson range, and I figured late 2nd was where the first running backs would go off. So I think Benson will be any pick now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the Giants, who's going to have more impact for you? Nubin or Trey Benson? It's so ridiculous. I mean, and then there's all these offensive linemen they could have taken.
Yeah. The only running back they have is Singletary, right?
Yeah. And it doesn't, in the end.
Yeah, but who cares about running back?
But if you're a team that isn't strong there and you've got a weak quarterback and you want to play a run game defensive thing, you would think that you would invest so you didn't miss out on one of the 3 pretty good running backs, frontline running backs in this draft, and you wouldn't take a generic safety.
Dumb teams are doing dumb things right now.
If the one thing I could say possible for Nubin is he had a terrible pro day. I don't think he did anything at the combine. I think it was pro day. He's coming off an injury, and maybe that affected his combine, and we would have liked him a little bit more if the combine or if his pro day was better. But his pro day may have been a head fake. The guy's a great guy. I mean, he is a really great person and player to have on your roster. But the value of safeties, the value of what other safeties there are that you can get in this draft 3 rounds from now or in free agency because nobody wants them. Were the Giants really a safety away, a 2nd round safety away? They're constantly having offensive line issues. They don't have a legit lead running back. They passed all that up for a safety that they could have got any number of safeties in free agency or in this draft.
So then Jacksonville looks like they took LSU D tackle Mason Smith. How do you guys feel about him? Another bad pick?
Couldn't happen to a nicer franchise.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, dumb teams doing dumb things.
Man, this is 3 picks. You guys are just bashing on these teams.
I mean,
I had Nubin as the number 182 prospect, with some upside hope that maybe his pro day was not indicative. With Mason Smith, I have as the 314th best prospect if he ends up who Jacksonville takes. It'd be the first 300-plus prospect on my board taken.
And then since he gets a solid defensive tackle 1 pick later. Not great, but solid.
Why would you take... Was Mason Smith highly rated and I just lost track of him?
No, it's just Trent Baalke is going to go for size and long arms because that's all he can see. And then he's thinking, oh, we'll just coach him up.
What's that defensive tackle bust that was the next J.J. Watt comp that worked out so well?
From Florida.
1st round pick and then never really ever did anything. I can
see his face. What's his name? Taven Bryan.
Yeah, Taven Bryan. I think that was a bulky pick.
Yep. So was Walker Little, who's done absolutely nothing because he's the biggest, tallest offensive lineman with the longest arms.
Tyler Newman making a bunch of interceptions of passes thrown right to him is not indicative of a great safety.
Okay, so Cincy, I think the pick's coming in. Looks like it's going to be Chris Jenkins from Michigan.
And see, that's a much, much better defensive tackle than Mason Smith.
I pray that they go to the Jacksonville war room for the reaction to this pick.
He's going to get fired soon.
I don't know how he has a job.
I don't either. He's terrible.
Because the cons are morons.
How did he talk his way into that, though?
Who knows?
Mason Smith was tracking as prospect number 92 overall.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. He stinks. There's a bunch of low college level defensive tackles I would have taken ahead of Mason
Smith. I kind
of
figured Mason Smith was going to go 65-ish, but he doesn't deserve it. 47, right. 48.
Show me some cons.
So
literal and figurative.
So Jacksonville takes Brian Thomas and now Mason Smith.
Yeah, gross.
I like Thomas. I just don't know if I like him in Jacksonville.
I have Chris Jenkins as the 144th best prospect as a defensive tackle.
He's better than that.
Shut up, Alexa. I wasn't talking to you, Alexa.
Chris Jenkins is fine.
Chris Jenkins. I don't know that one. Yeah, I know, Alexa. Please stop. I know you don't know Mason Smith. Nobody does.
Chris Jenkins kind of reminds me of like was that Detroit tackle from a couple years ago? Onwuzurike?
Yeah.
Just solid.
There. A worse Maisie Smith.
I mean, it's not what I would be taking, but Macy Smith's a big nose tackle. Chris Jenkins is 299.
He's a big something.
Yeah, Chris Jenkins isn't the same style of player.
I think Chris Jenkins exhibits more bust potential than reality.
Then
I just don't think he's ever going to be a 6-sack defensive tackle.
Like Carl Davis from Iowa or Iowa State many years back that people got excited about from the Senior Bowl. I think it was Carl Davis, something Davis. He ended up getting drafted highly and did nothing, but teams kept signing him as he bounced around the league. He can fill a spot on the roster. He can get clogged up in the interior, blocked away with the best of them, but he's not going to make any impact.
At least it's not a bust.
That's the first pick you guys liked in a while.
I mean, I'm just saying it's
I don't like Chris Jenkins.
You're not bashing him, I should say.
I'm not in love. I just don't think it's like the most
Cincinnati Bengals are swirling down the drain.
Mims and then Jenkins.
Yeah,
I will say this. I bet Jenkins will look really good if he's going against Mims in practice.
Okay.
Or vice versa.
What about the Commanders, guys? What do we think they're going to do there?
I'm still going to say tackle, but I mean they can take whatever. Again, they've got multiple picks. They've got another one coming up in 3 picks.
So many good offensive linemen out there. And these teams need, like the Giants, Washington, that spend their Achilles heel for years.
Yeah, Washington.
And then they're taking safeties and useless defensive tackles.
The Patriots have got Okorafor as their left tackle right now, and they're busy taking Jalen Polk. Like, great way to protect your first-round quarterback.
The vaunted May to Polk connection you're denying. And then when they add Tez Walker to it later, it's going to be so wonderful.
According to Jordan Schultz, it's going to be Michigan DB Mike Sanders still. Can't say his name right.
Wow.
What do you think, Ross?
Good player. I'm surprised that
We need a slot
guy is
corner.
going that high.
Slot corner, nickel DB.
Yeah, but you could have gotten
all right.
a nickel DB in the 4th round, the 5th round.
This is true. But
Is Sanders still that much better that you have to take him at 50?
I don't think this is going to be...
Right, you just got Mike Hilton. How excited are you for that?
I like Mike Hilton.
He's fine, but you don't have to take him at pick 50.
Would you rather have Mike Hilton for 2024 or Sainstrel for 2024?
Sanders still, but
You just don't like Hilton.
I like Hilton. He's fine,
You
but
get how good he is.
he's just a nickel, though. Like, you don't have to take that at pick 50.
But he's a good nickel. He's one of the better nickels in the game.
You could get a good nickel in the 4th round.
Who are you getting?
I don't know. There's plenty of good corners in this class. There's a ton of good corners in this class.
No, nickels. Who are some that come to mind?
There's a lot of guys you could move to nickel that aren't even necessarily nickel. Personally, I'd be looking at like Jerry and Jones that you could probably get later.
I would take that. Take that dude from Penn State.
Not Jerry and Jones.
Stephon Hardy.
Yeah, Hardy's great. Not Jerry and Jones. What was the other one from Florida State?
Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Renardo
I'd take Deion. Yeah, Renardo Green. He'd be a fine one to move into nickel.
You got any thoughts on AJ Woods from Pittsburgh? You watched him at all?
I haven't watched AJ Woods.
He rung up surprisingly good in my analytics. I need to watch some more than just basic tape on him, but he caught me by surprise how that there was some interesting slot potential. He's thick and he's quick.
I'd take Devonshire, who you could probably get in the 5th or 6th round.
Yeah, I guess he's got a nickel. I like him on the outside.
I do too, but he's a little bit.
But he's got
shorter.
a slot size.
Yeah.
You guys know that Arizona has 4 picks in the 3rd round?
They're going to make me mad if they keep having a good draft with all those picks.
Coming for you, RC.
Now, you know what? You know what I need to do?
Well, let's see if they keep those picks. But, man, four in the next round is not too shabby.
Steelers, this could be AD Mitchell.
What do you think the Arizona over-under win total is?
I would probably say it's similar to the Vikings.
7.5?
6.5.
6.5 minus 130 on DraftKings.
I'd go over on that.
It's a little rich of a line.
I like the over.
And they're going to get 2 Rams, 2 49ers matchups. This might not be the Arizona year, but
They were doing pretty good once Kyler was back last year.
better future, Arizona or the Bears?
Arizona.
Arizona.
The main
Zach
street is
Frazier
gonna
to
hate you
Pittsburgh.
guys for
We got their
saying
center.
that. I really like Zach Frazier.
And I like their coach, too.
Yeah, I do too. Ross hated him, turned me on him before I had a chance to see him.
You have to admit that first.
Oh yeah, he was a total goofball.
It was awful.
But he did it.
But what he's
nice
done
job
since
in
has been,
season.
yeah, he I have to admit he did good. But that first impression was yikes.
Yeah, very car salesman-y.
A little surprised Frazier went ahead of Van Pran.
Ron.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Zach Zinter hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, he's still coming back from
Did
that.
not like him.
He's just got that
coming
major
off
injury.
So Jonathan Brooks is okay for that, but we can't take Zach Zinter. Arguably the best guard in this draft.
Yeah.
Where's Balky to step up and take a guy like that?
Right.
He loves to redshirt him.
Bulky or Howie Roseman.
But they don't need a center. Or do they need a guard though?
No, I'm just saying. They could always use a guard. But depends on what they think of Tyler Steen.
Maybe they'll take another safety. Because where in the world can we find safeties at?
Philly might be one of the few teams that actually looks at Cooper as a corner. I like the fit with Fangio. We'll see.
Worried about him. The Steelers are having a really nice draft.
Solid.
This is what you would want to do with these picks. Too bad they signed Arthur Smith, so nothing matters.
Who was their first round again? Why am I slipping my...
Patanu.
Shanu,
Oh, yeah.
Patanu,
Yeah.
Potato.
Oh, two good old linemen.
Yeah, I do like Frazier.
Indy.
So they got Latu. Heck, Latu landed right in their laps. So
Yeah.
Colts could be on the verge of something with another Swift pick here. Ross, who could they take that make you go, these guys might be having the best draft of anybody in the league? While you're thinking of that, who did Jerson Newton go to? Washington?
Yeah.
Board.
What receivers are on the board?
Washington has like
Roman
3 picks
Wilson,
in-
Malachi Corley, Malik Washington, Luke McCaffrey. Just going on my order. Adonai Mitchell.
I hope not.
No way.
SR Gambler says it is true.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not good.
that's one way to turn you off from the Colts.
Yep, and that's what I was just sitting here thinking was A.D. Mitchell would be the one pick I would hope they don't make.
It doesn't.
Yuck.
It doesn't make me now hate the Colts. This just doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
And there was way other. That's this. They're showing tape on one of these of Frazier versus Texas. He was manhandling Sweat, and he
Yeah.
was manhandling Murphy.
Faria, don't worry. A.D. Mitchell does nothing to Josh Downs. It's probably the end of
Alex Pierce.
Alex Pierce.
I don't know. It might be the end of
But-
Adonai Mitchell because
It
Alex
might-
Pierce is
but
better.
that's what I was going to say is I'm not so
What-
sure Adonai
What
Mitchell
the
even
heck
beats
happened to
out.
Alex Pierce? The guy was like the best Colts wide receiver halfway through when he broke out his rookie season about week 4, 5, or 6. All of a sudden, we're like, damn, that worked out fast. And then he has just disappeared since. I really liked him. I better not say that or it'll be all over Twitter.
You liking the Cardinals draft is going to be all over Twitter.
I like the Cardinals. Now I'm going to have to spend the entire summer trying to dig out from
Justify why the Rams are.
them trying to they're going to take I don't think Marvin Harrison's in my top 5 for the NFL draft, and they're going to spin it to say he's not in my top 5 for fantasy, and he's going to end up being top 5 for fantasy the way this is all working out. But I'm not going to be able to give that nuance. I'm going to be burned at the stake. Prior to that, for the clip being taken out of context, but
Oh, well. Yeah, like I said all along, Adonai Mitchell in the 50s. Can't believe
Yeah, I don't
anybody
think-
thought he was going Even
don't think
Adam
this
Schefter
hurts.
was saying he goes top 20.
I don't think this
No.
hurts Josh Downs. I think this hurts Mitchell because it's Pittman, then Downs, then you've got a low volume passing game with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor led on the ground. So this burns Mitchell. Any hope that you had for Dynasty rookie draft future of Mitchell is in trouble.
This is go deep and pray.
This was unless they know that there's something wrong with Alex Pierce, like mentally or something. Mitchell doesn't look thrilled. Like, I was supposed to go 20 picks ago, Adam Schefter. You just cost me millions. Unless they know something's wrong with Alex Pierce, this is, I mean, the Colts didn't need this. There's all these offensive linemen. There's defensive players to look at. Adonai Mitchell is not a difference maker. He's fine. I know Ross thinks he's horrible.
He's terrible.
Yeah, that's wild.
Which I can see in the range of. I won't say that Ross is crazy for that opinion.
He had one good season, and it wasn't even that good.
So what do we think Washington does here? This is their third second rounder.
Who knows?
Who they got so
I'm going
far?
to still say tackle, but, I mean, the whole team is bereft of talent, so hopefully they don't waste it on, like, a linebacker.
So they took Newton and Sandstrom.
Good
Solid.
players. Yeah, all three of the players
And
they take
Daniels.
are good players. I like what they're doing. I
Arguably,
think you
they're
could have
gonna
gotten
walk-
somebody like
arguably-
Sanderson later. But
Arguably, they're going to walk away with the best draft just by
Yeah.
virtue of Jaden Daniels and then not butchering the rest of it.
Yep, I agree. Them in Arizona doing pretty good. Hard to beat the quarterback though.
Yeah, when you got the quarterback right and it was an obvious need.
Just don't make any huge mistakes.
Have the Browns made a pick yet?
No.
Is this their first pick?
Yeah,
Oh.
they're still paying for Watson.
Oh, jeez.
Still living large with Deshaun Watson.
Who would have thought giving that guy $300 million would be a mistake?
Who'd have thought that people from 2+ years ago that swore Deshaun Watson was one of the three best quarterbacks in the NFL and that everybody must stop everything they're doing to sign him.
Okay, I have
And
it
now
from
2 years
Schultz.
later, he's the worst.
Is it Patrick Paul?
No. Kansas State tight end Ben Sinnott. What do you guys think of that? Okay.
I mean, good player.
Yeah, he's a good player.
But
Just
again,
not
why do you
here.
have to? Why
I'll
are you
take a
taking
fullback
Yeah,
at 53.
we're taking an H back at 53.
That's an unnatural receiver, but a great blocker. This is classic ex-defensive coordinator turned head
Yeah.
coach.
But not a bust. I mean,
No, he's useful.
he improves the team.
Can't
There's just better ways
Yeah.
you could spend it.
how they're not taking offensive linemen with the talent
Yeah.
that's out there is mind-boggling.
That's-
Cedric Gray is out there at linebacker. Peyton Wilson is out there at
Wilson's-
linebacker, for God's sakes. And you're taking a guy that's going to make a difference on about 7 plays a game as when you put him in for his 10 snaps to be a blocker. And then everybody's going to know it's a passing play. Or if you're going to run a fullback-led run game. Does Cliff Kingsbury run a fullback-led run game? I mean, this thing doesn't even make any sense for Washington. He's not a great traditional tight end. He's a hell of an H-back fullback.
Hey, I mean, at least they
For
took
blocking.
Sonat. At least if you're going to take a tight end, you took Sonat over Sanders.
Yeah,
They didn't fall into that trap.
but Sanders has a skill set that has value. It's like Sinat
Sure.
has a skill set that has value because he's a great blocker. Sanders can catch. He's the Larry Fitzgerald, only he doesn't have any of the other characteristics. But that guy has.
He's got phenomenal hands.
But he doesn't get open. Well, he's not going to pull away from people. He's not going to be a big blocker. There's only a limited usage that you can use him for. So has value, likes it not, but I'm not picking him. I'm not burning the top 60 pick on it.
Sanders reminds me of like a big Charles Clay.
Or at worst case is a better hands Gerald Everett, but who cares about Gerald Everett?
That's a good comp.
So what are we thinking about Cleveland? We barely gave him any airtime since this is their first pick.
Is Cleveland still in the NFL? Because we haven't mentioned, we haven't said a peep about the Browns.
You're gonna hate this. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Trey Benson.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Didn't they? But they signed Dante Foreman, right? So I don't think they're gonna go there because I think they believed that Chubb is going to make a comeback. Jerome Ford is a totally fine running back to work with Foreman. If they didn't sign Foreman, I might have
because teams show Foreman so much respect every time he gets in and runs for 100 yards.
But you sign him not to draft. But you sign him not to draft a running back in the second round.
He signed him for depth, so they didn't have to force it.
Agreed, but
I'm not saying it's going to be Benson. I'm just saying it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes any sense for them. Not that precludes any team from doing something.
Exactly. Does it make sense? No, but
what does Cleveland really need? They don't need offensive line. They don't need any more crappy wide receivers, overpriced wide receivers. They need a quarterback, but they're not going to do anything about that. They got great
linebackers.
They have a great or good D line.
Peyton
Wilson?
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Buckeyes D team, my call. Bad pick?
No, you know what?
He's a head case.
Because I hate the Browns.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
My call is the biggest head case in this class.
Biggest head case, but is he talented?
No, he's not a bigger head case than Wiggins.
He's a bigger head case than Wiggins.
Wow.
He's a
bigger head case than Caleb Williams.
Yes.
Wow.
Caleb Williams is just arrogant.
As a head case.
This guy is like... There's... I don't want to say some of the stories.
Who's his head case comp?
Don't say AB.
Think like Tank Johnson. Like bad off-field
like
stuff.
Hardy from the Cowboys. Bad.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bed full of guns at the La Quinta Inn.
Oh God.
Which is a top 10 hotel franchise, but it's in my top 10.
We're doing this now.
I'm trying to keep it alive. Trying to keep the beach ball batted around in the stands.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Miami back on the clock then. What do you guys think they're going to go for here?
Something on defense.
I forgot. I don't remember what they took last round. Was it in Poland?
Chop Robinson.
Chop. Okay.
Is that Peyton Hillis?
Is he making the pick for the Browns?
Is it?
That's awesome.
I don't know. I'm just trying to go by a visual.
Man, that guy had a run.
They haven't put his name up.
You talking about the guy in this hoodie?
The hoodie?
No, that's
Still
not
Carl
Peyton
Massive.
Hillis.
Okay.
Okay.
Who? SR Gamblers?
I think he's making fun of Nassib's name.
Oh, okay.
Nassib.
I thought he was predicting the pick. Michael Hall, I'm afraid to look at where I've got him ranked.
Is he outside your top 100?
Number 260.
I left him off
Jeez.
because of the character issues.
Well, at least he stays local.
Yeah, it's gonna be it'd be easier for his family to visit him in prison. Is that what you're saying? Well, are we overlooking the fact that he's also not very good?
The NFL seems to think he's a first-round talent.
Who's the guy from last year that they all in love with as a defensive tackle, even though he didn't do anything? And I think it was an Ohio State guy.
Oh, now he's a defensive end. He went to Atlanta. Zach Harrison.
I got somebody else on the brain. It'll hit me about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Zach Harrison's the one from last year that was Ohio State.
I thought he had a little bit of hope.
I know Xavier liked him.
There was a defensive tackle to me that was just totally useless, but then they love these defensive tackles.
A defensive tackle from last year?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to the board of...
I don't remember last year.
I don't say, maybe it was 2 years ago. I think it was one of the Cameron Youngs from last year.
Oh, from Alabama? Byron Young?
Possibly it was him.
Dolphins.
But looking back at last year's draft at defensive tackle, I should shut my mouth because I'm sure I was like, why the hell did the Rams take Kobe Turner?
I liked Kobe Turner. I didn't think he was going to do what he did, but...
You think he's going to have a problem without
Yes.
Aaron Donald? Or do you think he's
very much going to have a problem?
himself?
No, he's very much going to have a problem without Aaron Donald.
Just in case they
Darnold,
hang me with that tape.
Geez. No, Aaron Donald gets triple teamed basically every play. Like, Kobe's a good player, but you don't have Superman next to you. It's going to hurt.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Miami, are you going to butcher another pick?
Can we light another one on fire?
I'm going to take a guess that this is Peyton Willis.
I mean,
Or
Peyton
Patrick
Wilson?
Paul.
Nothing coming through on Twitter. Oh, Patrick Paul.
Good pick.
Good with that.
All right, he's huge. 6'7", 315.
Yeah, he's him and Tyler Guyton and Marius Mims.
If I remember correctly, he's
All
got some
big boys.
ass arms, too.
Yeah, like 30, 35, 36-inch arms.
Jim Haley asking, do they sell alcohol at the draft? I gotta believe that's the only reason why there'd be 50,000 people there.
Do they have it at La Quinta?
Getting really drunk between their team's picks strictly out of boredom. I would think that most people attending that draft in person don't have any idea who any of these guys are in the second round, short of maybe a wide receiver that played at Michigan. If they didn't sell alcohol at that event, they might have like 14 people there. Reggie McKenzie is still in the NFL.
Still hanging around.
If I was an NFL GM, I swear I would day one go, look, we got the draft coming up. When we make a pick, we are not hugging. Stop being morons. We're just making picks.
Okay, do they take
This
Peyton
bump
Wilson
your
or do they?
This is Trey Benson. This is going to light the Dynasty rookie draft on fire.
Please do the smart thing and take Peyton Wilson. Although he's not really a Zimmer kind of guy. I kind of wonder if it might be Junior Colson.
I'm going to say it's Benson or Braylon Allen.
I'm going to go Junior Colson.
If it's Peyton Wilson, that would be acceptable. If it's Junior Colson, God help them. Jim Haley, not just making picks, setting the foundation for future trophies. Yeah, I think a lot of them are setting the foundation for future unemployment checks. Actually, not that, because they somehow all get hired by other teams once they're in the system. Like I heard Ben McAdoo's name the other day. He's still in someone's war room having input. Reggie McKenzie I just saw with Miami. If there's anybody who's been more of a dud than Reggie McKenzie, I'll never forget. I mean, it may be unfair, but I'll never forget going to the Senior Bowl and being so excited and sitting in the stands with my notebook and my iPad, and I was a eager pupil to sit and study these players at this all-important event, and looking around, sitting in the stands with scouts, and nobody knew who I was. I didn't know who they were, but I did get up to. I was talking with a agent about players, and we got done talking, and I'm like, I need to get up and use the restroom. So I got up and kind of raced up the stairs because this agent was bending my ear because he thought I was somebody. Then when he realized I was nobody, that ended the conversation quick. I'm like, good, I need to hightail it and go to the restroom. So I got up, spun around, and started quickly going up the stairs at the stadium. And Reggie McKenzie was like 3 rows behind me, sound asleep.
Sleeping. I remember this.
I'll never forget that. And so I'm holding that against him for the rest of his life, even though the Senior Bowl can do that to people. But
I mean, Reggie McKenzie being asleep kind of summarizes his time as GM.
Soon after, he was bounced from the Raiders. Like, I should have recorded it. It could have hadn't gone viral.
I'll defend Ben McAdoo a little bit. I think he's fine as long as he's just working with the quarterbacks. As a head coach, he's a disaster.
The funnier part of that story is I remember McKenzie being asleep, but what I was talking to this agent about, what I was trying to sell him on, was David Johnson being the best running back in that draft from what I had seen, and he was intrigued by it. Then when he found out I wasn't with an NFL team, he was not having it. The conversation shifted quickly.
You're not somebody he can sell to.
No. But he wasn't buying my David Johnson either. But you would think that maybe he would think,
Marshawn Nealon.
Man, that guy was talking about that guy. Look how that worked out at the time. Maybe we should hire him for our agency. Nope.
No Trey Benson. Marshawn Nealon.
Nope. He's probably good for 5 or 6 goal line touchdowns. Every pick that goes by that Dallas doesn't take a running back and that they don't get Trey Benson just increases Ezekiel Elliott's value that much more.
Did he sign yet?
No, but he's likely to come back to Dallas.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be a part of them till he has to be. Nealon was my 218th best player on the board, 16th best defensive end in the draft.
Yeah, he's just kind of whatever.
I am so disappointed in Will McClay. Well, let me stop and say I now have to go back and look harder at Nealon in case McClay saw something I didn't. But I don't know if this is the McClay part of the draft. I think they turned it over to him day 3. And UDFAs. Jerry goes on to his traveling La Quinta bus.
Yeah, once they get out of the top 3 rounds, Jerry quits paying attention.
I don't know what the deal is with Peyton Wilson. I mean, Peyton Wilson has had injury histories like Michael Penix. Unless we're going to find out that he has residual or if he has no cartilage in his knee or something that we won't find out until tomorrow or Monday.
Yeah. Well, I'd also heard some in the NFL think that he needs to take a year off and just bulk up. Being as skinny as he is.
He could put on that. He could put on
over the summer. I agree.
Muscle over the summer easily.
I agree.
If he hasn't already. I'm sure he got down so he could run like their best running back on Dallas, and he'll put the weight right back on. Yeah, the Cowboys are talking to Zeke. I think Zeke's Zeke's not going to sign because if he signs, then he has to go to these OTAs and everything else. I think he'll wait and sign in July or August so he doesn't have to go to training camp.
Okay, still though, I want everybody remember it. I'm still predicting Tracy to the Cowboys 4th round. See if I can get that one.
They're giving up on Deuce Vaughn already?
It's not that they're giving up on him. You just need more bodies. I mean, who's their lead back right now?
Rico Dowdle.
Yeah. Are you going into the year with Rico Dowdle as your number 1?
Are they thinking Nealon's their Max Crosby?
More like Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah. It was all right.
Which is what I kind of think of Nealon. It's fine.
56 for Dorrance Armstrong 2.0.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather take Peyton Wilson and give him a year off.
Yep.
To give him the membership to Planet Fitness and give him a year off. And
Tampa Bay gets Braswell. See, I like Braswell a little bit better than
Braswell.
He's, again, fine. I think I'd take him a little bit ahead of Nealon, but
what Tampa Bay needed to help their run blocking. The 209th best player on my board. Do they need 3 more Bartons?
You can get good guards later. They can get center in the 3rd or 4th.
Should have got him now.
Actually, center seems like a real Tampa Bay kind of pick.
There are so many good linemen still out there, and corners, and some really nice wide receivers.
Who's the top wide receiver left right now?
I say it's Roman Wilson, but Malachi Corley's right there with him.
I think Javon Baker, but RC thinks I'm nuts.
Yeah, Javon Baker's the Adonai Mitchell you didn't know you found.
Javon Baker's a top 5 receiver in this class.
Oh, market somebody. Drinking game.
I didn't say top 10 player in this draft. I said top 5 receiver.
He's trying to change it to top 5.
I said top 5 receiver. Not top 10 player, not top 5 player. Top 5 receiver.
He's good. I could make an argument that he's more on the same value as Polk. That they're good. They're good at what they do.
He's better than Polk.
I could see that being possible.
He was getting passed to by a running back this last year. Probably more like a wide receiver, but
yeah, we were talking about wide receivers. You would take now that all the name ones are gone. I was almost going to say that
John Reese Plumlee
says I could just make him a wide receiver.
I think this pick's going to be Bullard. Let me just
Green Bay. Yeah.
Gross.
That's our gamblers is saying it.
Gross.
I think I like Bullard better than Lassiter, but I get them confused. Bullard, I like 115. I like Bullard better.
I'd take Bullard better, but still.
As a nickel corner.
Yeah.
I got as one player 115. Now that we're more than halfway into this, I know Ross has missed at least one.
I've missed 4 so far.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I took a couple of games.
Where's Xavier at then? I'm leaving you for dead.
Sure.
Where's Xavier? If you're out there, are you still perfect?
Xavier's
Your
perfect.
only hope.
Don't be so sure. I can get back into it.
To be number one, you're not even eligible to be number one yet.
No, but there's a long way to go.
I mean, number one for the 5-year average, not this particular year.
I wish there was live scoring
58
for
to
that.
58, Xavier.
Yeah,
What's the dude from Huddle doing? Has he missed any?
No, everything's been chalk so far.
The Huddle guy cheating?
Maybe a few people left Sweat off, but most everybody's going to be 57, 58 right now.
They wouldn't have left Sweat off.
A lot of people did.
Man, 58 for 58, that's awesome.
I mean, it's really kind of in the third one.
Yeah.
Late second, early third when you start getting people missing.
I'm hoping the Huddle guy has just a couple already.
Except for me.
Give Xavier some cushion.
Can I see... Is there a way to open that the Huddle guy's draft board? Because it's not online.
So people could check them, but I wouldn't want to be in a contest that I was the purveyor of and not have my cards on the table so everybody could see it ahead.
Xavier, I think you're good on Cam Hart.
I think you're good on Braylon Allen, too.
I'm skeptical of Braylon, but we'll see.
I think he's the NFL's kind of guy.
But
I think he's really good, too.
But Xavier's an absolute killer at the top 100, so if he says it, it's probably right. I like to have fun with the top 100. See what kind of stuff I can get away with.
I wish they could do that one live, too.
You learned your lesson this year. Stop having fun. Start winning.
We'll see. I've done good with it the last 2 years.
I don't need you to be the quarterback that leads the league in passing. I need Super Bowl trophies coming home.
Ross wants the stats, man.
Well, like one I can remember.
Ross wants to throw deep every play.
Oh, yeah. But, like, I can remember Xavier mocking me for leaving Tariq Woolen off.
I just need you to check it down to Adonai Mitchell and trust the process.
Tell Adonai Mitchell to get open.
Well, Xavier Worthy streaking downfield, never to see a target, but he's taking the corner with him. So.
Xavier Worthy has more yards in every single year of his career than Adonai Mitchell. It's not even close.
Well, that's because Mitchell went to a real school his first couple of years. And couldn't even get into the start.
Right, because all those Georgia receivers are so awesome.
George Pickens is pretty good.
George Pickens wasn't there when he was... He was hurt that whole year.
He was there. I didn't say he was playing. McConkey, Bowers, Darnell Washington.
Wow, he got beat up by a tight end.
So highest score.
Generational talent tight end.
Sure he is.
Guys, highest score on the top 100 was 89. I don't think anyone's done 90 in the past 5 years.
I think Xavier did.
Did he get
90?
Longer than 5 years ago.
But I think it was 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay.
And I will guarantee you this: Xavier will let you know. He has the receipts.
As he should.
They should put that up on the website, man. 90's awesome.
But we can't even. He's not even allowed to be at the top of the list tied for first. They're always trying to keep us down. The revolution will not be televised.
I think he's going to take it this year.
That's a nice tackle by Bullard.
Texans take Blake
there you
Fisher.
go. I knew Xavier would bring it
91.
good.
Okay. Couldn't remember if it was 91 or 92.
Damn.
I do remember that year, though.
So what do we think of Blake Fisher?
The fact that I had to
It's
stop
the-
and think, like, is there really a prospect named Blake Fisher? Tells you. My number
it's-
286 offensive or player, my 29th best offensive tackle. Is that
Yeah.
who's going to Houston?
Yep.
Yep.
I'll have to rescout that when they have a big discrepancy like that on somebody that I haven't done a ton of work on. I'm trusting
He's
the
okay.
analytics more.
I'm kind of surprised they took a tackle over a guard, but
Can he play guard?
I'm just
you could probably
surprised
move him to guard.
they just let Zinter and I mean I get with the injury, Zinter, Von Prawn,
They just
the
drafted
Karma
two scrubs
Sutra-
last year for center.
did the BYU Karma Sutra guy
So
get drafted yet?
Nope, he's still on the board.
He's always going to be Karma Sutra to me.
Kingsley
Easier to
Suamatea.
remember.
Yeah, I'm surprised Suamatea is still on the board.
Who took Sweat in the draft? I'm trying to update my board. Mark that in.
Oh,
Who did
Sweat.
take Sweat?
I remember talking about him, but now I can't remember what team it was assigned to.
Titans.
Titans. Maybe they're going to move him to guard, offensive guard.
Yeah.
Ross, what do you think of Cooper Beebe?
Pretty good.
What do you think of
I'm a
South Carolina?
little worried about his athleticism, but
Yeah, I am too. He looks a little
he's
heavy.
a little slow.
He really proves gravity to a T. What about South Carolina, Nick Gargulio?
I'm not sure about him.
He rung up with nice numbers for me, but I didn't go super deep with him. What about Brandon Coleman? He rang up as a decent tackle and guard, but I wasn't in love with what I saw.
Yeah, same. I see the potential with him. Not sure that he's ready to go. He's athletic, though. I think I'd like Coleman better at guard than tackle. I kind of like Bo Lemmer at center.
He looked interesting. He didn't grade up as well as I thought he might.
He's a guy that I look at like a kind of the way Jason Kelsey was coming out, where he's just super athletic. Just take him somewhere late and see if you can, gamble on it. But I wouldn't draft him to start.
Like what was his name? Like a Jalen Duncan? Was it Duncan, the offensive tackle?
Yeah, he's not as raw as Duncan, but
Boy,
Cole
Duncan
Bishop's
doesn't come
going to
around Tennessee.
Buffalo.
Oh,
I like Cole Bishop.
I just don't advocate that. I don't think there's a safety in this draft I would take in the first 2 days.
I love
Cole
Cam Kitchens.
Bishop, player
Cole Bishop's-
364 on my board.
Nah, it's better than that.
So they take Bishop. Lions back on the clock. They obviously got Arnold yesterday. So
I would think maybe a guard
you think they go receiver?
could be.
So Lions, I
Could be a
bet
receiver.
they would take a receiver first, but when that cornerback opportunity popped up, too good to be true. I think this has got to be a receiver.
Man,
Could be.
could you imagine they get Arnold and Wilson with their picks? That's pretty cool.
I'll bet.
I think they go with a bigger guy.
I want to bet on this, but all I can do is verbally throw it out there. They're going to take Malachi Corley.
Yeah.
Is that not Dan Campbell's guy?
Yeah. I was going to say, I was sitting here thinking about...
Could be Roman Wilson because of the Michigan connection, and he's really good.
No.
But Corley's his kind of guy.
Corley is absolutely a Detroit kind of guy. I was sitting here trying to think of a bigger bully back.
I don't think he takes another running back yet.
No, I don't mean...
I got it. It's Ennis Rakestraw.
Rakestraw. Yeah.
Rakestraw.
Hey, they're fixing the corners. I don't love Rakestraw, but...
I don't love him either,
take as many as you can get.
Better than Cam Sutton.
At least they identified that they had a problem. Last year it felt like they didn't realize
now
it.
Now they're over-identifying it.
No,
they got
double
a wide
up.
receiver problem.
Double up just in case one of them doesn't work out. I love it. This is exactly what I was writing about in our matchups. Was that Detroit's got one gigantic flaw, and that's their pass defense. Go get as many corners as you can and fix it. I love it.
Would you rather have Devonshire?
Yeah, I would, but
Ed Rakestraw is my 25th corner, number 161 overall. What about
Rakestraw's a good number 2.
What about Miles Harden?
Harden,
the South Dakota guy that's built like a great running back. That plays.
I'm not in love with him. I kind of like I thought you were thinking of what's the Tennessee Haddon?
Yeah, it's Tennessee Haddon.
I like Haddon.
I like Devonshire. I know you don't like Elijah Jones. I like Elijah Jones. One of my biggest sleepers that I diverge from the rest of the world on at corner and overall. I really like that Colorado State Anusium, if that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
I really liked his tape.
He's solid. Devonshire, and there's one more corner that's real low
TJ
down.
Tampa.
I don't like Tampa.
I like TJ Tampa better than Rakestraw in that I'm not so sure about him. But if I was going to take a shot on someone, I would take it on Tampa over Rakestraw.
Yeah.
Jarvis Brownlee, a lot of people like. I like well enough.
Brownlee to me is kind of in the same, like the Rakestraw, like real physical. I just don't know about the speed.
Would you take Kyrie Jackson's size, or would you decline because of the off-field?
No. I don't want anything to do with the character stuff. I'd rather have Cam Hart.
I'll put up with character stuff at corner, and I'll put up with character stuff if they're going to Dan Campbell.
If you're a great corner, but I don't think Kyrie's a great corner.
I think he's got a potential. His head snaps into place, and he's got some Tariq Woolen in him.
For the big guy that can run, I'd rather have Cam Hart all day long.
Can Cam Hart run?
Yeah. Well enough.
Look at how many people are standing there watching this.
That's bizarre, man. What the hell are they doing?
Like, and if you're in like the front couple rows, maybe I get it. But if you're like, there's like 200 rows of people there, or more.
I could even see Cam Hart going to San Fran here in a minute. All their corners are on 1-year contracts.
I can get another Ambry Thomas.
They might. What was
Rick was very excited about this selection.
I mean,
everybody in his family is celebrating, and
this is their.
He just found out his puppy died.
Rakestraw is their makeup for missing out on Devin Witherspoon last year.
Okay, I got the Ravens pick. Washington offensive tackle Roger Rosengarten.
That's an odd pick for them.
What's going on in Baltimore?
I don't know. I thought they liked physical players.
I thought they liked good players.
Too early for Luke McCaffrey to San Francisco.
Yeah, still way too early. Not that San Fran gives a crap, but I don't think they go wide receiver.
Roger Rosengarten is my 414th ranked player. 38th offensive tackle.
San Fran might have been looking at Rosengarten right there. I'm going to guess it's either a D lineman or a corner for San Fran.
I hadn't even heard the guy's name.
Don't make me pull out my joke. Baffled Ross with.
Bill Kiper was talking about Rosengarten as a first-round pick.
I'm going to have to go back.
I don't see it. I didn't see a top 100 pick in Rosengarten. But
are you saying Mel Kiper promised him?
Mel Kiper also swore he was going to stop doing the draft if what was his name? Jimmy Clausen didn't end up being a good quarterback.
Huh. Man, that guy was a bust.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go look that up. He said he would quit football if Jimmy Clausen wasn't a really good quarterback.
He was so good he went in the second round.
Yeah, he didn't hold up on that.
It was a fun game show fact question for you guys. Guess what year I stopped giving a shit about Mel Kiper saying anything about the draft?
I'll go with 2009.
2011.
I'm trying to think. I think it's been like 10 years. Like, I'll say maybe 2014.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's been so bypassed by everybody. Talk about a guy that was in the right place at the right time doing something before it became a thing. So, I mean, he deserves his Chris Berman type status, but he's Chris Berman of the NFL draft now.
KC is going to get Kingsley Suamataia at the end of the second round, who a lot of people had mocked to him at the end of the first round.
That would be amazing.
That's nuts.
San Francisco just traded out to Kansas City.
No way.
So they traded one pick?
Yeah, they're jumping for the tackle. They were afraid that San Fran was going to take him.
But why would Kansas City do that?
Because they don't want to.
They must have got offered something
Super Bowl rider
to do it.
Do you think that when KC calls San Fran to make that swap that they have to let SF know who they're going to take as part of the deal?
No. If they want to make that deal, they in that instance, I'm sure they do. But then if they were to do that, maybe that's the end of the deal, and Kansas City wouldn't accept whatever they were throwing at them. But if I was Kansas City, if I was hell-bent on a player, I would certainly say, at least tell me what position.
I'll be blown away if this is anything but Suamataia.
Luke McCaffrey or Brendan Rice.
Ross, you are correct.
Ding, ding, ding.
Suamataia.
That's a good pick.
Amazing value, too.
My 39th best player on the board. The 7th best tackle. That's why I just don't understand all these other tackles that are going, that when guys like him are out there. And I still say Von Prawn's one of the best interior offensive linemen that I saw.
Yeah.
And he's maybe there's something medical with him.
He should be going pretty
or something off the
pretty
board.
soon.
Or is this where he's ranked?
Yeah, he's generally in like the 70 to 80.
But I mean, I'm not taking Rose Garden for with Von Braun still sitting out there.
Yeah.
Casey dodged a bullet with Baltimore. They could have easily taken Sue Mateo.
Yeah, they could have.
So when the Chiefs take this, when they select him, and all of the fans in their jerseys that are in attendance go ballistic, you think there's any of them that know anything whatsoever about this guy?
Absolutely nothing.
That's why I don't really want to be around those people in a draft setting, because I couldn't feign ballistic excitement over a pick of somebody I had no idea who they were. Unless they're paid plants, but I don't think they have to pay for dummies to show up and bark at seals.
I don't have the sound on. Are they comparing him to his cousin?
I don't have the sound on either.
Me either.
Yeah, this dude's a freak athlete.
They may be saying
inconsistent, but
I think they were saying that this makes up. Well, I'm seeing the Chiefs' war room board. Or no, that's just the picks, I guess, going.
Still gonna guess Cam Hart for San Fran.
Oh, that was KC. That's right. I marked it for San Fran.
What D tackles are still on the board?
Yeah, I'm with this Xavier. Like, why did they let Kansas City move up and do that?
Because San Fran doesn't give a crap about offensive line. They never have and they never will.
So who are you thinking they're taking?
I think they're taking Cam Hart.
Oh, that's right. Not Brandon Coleman?
No, I don't think they're taking a tackle. They've never shown one inkling that they care about taking offensive line. That was who everybody, like all the 49ers fans wanted a tackle in the first round.
Renardo Green, Florida State.
Yeah, corner.
What do you guys think?
Fine.
I'm not using pick 64 on it.
No. He's kind of a third-round corner to me, but
He's a late breaking. Everybody loves him.
He had one good game against LSU, and everybody's going, "Oh, well, if he could be that all the time."
He's my 179th player on the board. If I was taking a corner, I would have taken Devonshire. If I was taking more of a slot corner, I would have taken any number of players like a Miles Harden or Daquan Hardy from Penn State.
Okay, I gotta look up the other corner that I like. Can't remember his name right now. I do like McLaughlin, Kamal Haddon, Devonshire. Oh, Marcellus Dial. It's the other one I like. From South Carolina.
I'm going to take an end of the second round 2-minute break, and I will be right back to be surprised by who this pick is.
Carolina.
What do you think, Ross?
Lord knows. I didn't do any work on Carolina because they weren't picking in the first round, and it was obvious they were going to go big receiver for their first pick.
Yeah.
They got their receiver. They got their running back.
Maybe another tackle.
Maybe, probably not. I think it's probably a defensive player. Maybe an edge rusher to replace
Burns.
I think it was Brian Burns.
Yeah.
Who's on the board?
Trying to think if there's anyone else that's been slipping.
Pull that back up and see.
Do you think Arizona makes all 4 picks here, or will they trade out?
They'll probably trade at least once. What we got? Adissa Isaac, Austin Booker, maybe. Could see either one of those. Linebacker, maybe. Since their GM, I forget his name, but former Dan.
Oh, so it has to be that Peyton Wilson guy, because isn't he from NC State? He's local.
Could be. I would think that they would go with a more physical player.
Is American Idol's Randy Jackson making this pick?
Anthony Spice Adams? Oh, the actor. Wait, is that?
He's one of
Is
the
that who it
Spice
is?
Girls that's gone
I don't
wrong.
know. I
Wow,
don't know who this is.
that was one of my best friends, apparently. He's got his notebook and he's logging in the picks. Shout out to my dad, who refuses to use technology and uses a yellow legal pad for everything
I think they traded.
and graph paper.
To the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess receiver for the Jets.
Wilson.
Von Prom.
Oh, guys. It's Malachi Corley to the
Yeah.
Jets. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't know what you're saying because I'm going out to look to see what that over-under, what Jets win total is right now.
Corley's
Good. Really good.
So
Way
where
better
does he
than
fit in, though?
Way
Is he-
better than I thought that he was. Anybody who says he's like Deebo Samuel is making a huge mistake. He's
No,
a
he's-
real wide receiver.
See, I haven't watched enough of him where I've seen a lot of the real wide receiver work. He gets so many screen passes, but just because he gets the screen passes doesn't
But
mean
that's
that's
a
all
good
he can do. That was such a terrible offense. I'm open to him being a very good receiver.
I thought I was so told a million
He's
times
not
that
Debo.
he's Debo and he's the screen pass guy, and then I put on the tape and he's making catches all over the place, and then he's bench pressing 25 reps or 28 reps at his pro day. The guy is arguably the best under 6 foot wide receiver, under 5'11" receiver in this draft.
I would agree with that.
Okay, but Williams is going to play outside for sure. Wilson, too. Is Corley in the slot?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not bad.
that's a powerhouse wide receiver group if Mike Williams could stay healthy.
And then they still have a couple of those like late round undrafted guys from last year. I forgot their names, but they weren't too bad.
That's the end of Xavier somebody. That was their slot receiver who's good. Xavier Gibson.
And then was it Brownlee, the other guy, the tall one?
Brownlee's a good number 5. That's a pretty lethal wide receiver group.
Yeah.
Rodgers better stay healthy.
The tackles better stay healthy.
That is true as well.
Patrick Mahomes tweeted, "I love you, Veach," for the
Yeah, I bet he
O
did.
tackle pick.
I bet he did.
Okay, so what can
Peyton
Arizona
Wilson.
RC?
Peyton
What's
Wilson.
the one player that Arizona can take that'll really freak you out about the Rams bet?
Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson. Well, Peyton Wilson, Jonah Ellis, or Von Prawn. Is it just or Devonshire? Because it just make me mad that they're getting better.
Any of the good corners.
They need a legit. They don't need a slot corner. They need a legit corner. They need like
they
several
got Garrett
legit
Williams.
corners.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if I was them, I might double up on another good outside corner.
Can't hear what you're saying. I got to finish this.
You betting the Jets?
Just adding to my position of the Jets to win the AFC East at plus 200.
RC's the wolf of DraftKings.
Oh man, what a pretty shot at downtown Detroit.
So Arizona's going to have pick 71 too, so 5 picks later. Back
I need Arizona to butcher this pick.
They've got 3 picks coming up in the next dozen.
They're starting to scare me.
I'm going to laugh if they take all the guys listed.
Arizona's making me really mad now. Go out and bet them to win the NFC West.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Arizona's making moves. I'm not the biggest Benson fan, but
James Conner's fantasy value just
tanked.
You think he's going to push him?
So yeah.
Benson takes over.
They'll split until they take over.
Yeah, but it'll be sooner rather than later.
I'm surprised Roman Wilson is lasting this long, but
I'm not. I had Roman about 70 to 75.
I guess if Jaden Reed was third rounder, Corley is so good.
Roman Wilson to me kind of reminds me of like Tyler Lockett. Yeah, everybody say hello to the kitty cat.
I think Roman Wilson also has a tiny bit of Amon-Ra in him. More athletic Amon-Ra.
Yeah, a little bit.
Man, good for Arizona.
I'm gonna say it. This is a good Jets draft.
So far. Who was their second round?
They didn't have one.
They didn't have one, so it's Fashanu and Corley.
Yep.
Yeah.
According to
Solid.
the graphic I just saw.
It's solid. That's what you need to do. Insurance for your tackles, future left tackle.
2 things I'm not doing when I'm hired as a GM by an NFL team. A, we're not getting up and hugging after every pick. B, no cameras in the war room. There's no reason for it.
And if we're traveling on the road, we're staying at La Quinta.
No, we're not. All my underlings will, because got a budget to work with.
Shit. It's not good for me. Okay. Commanders on the clock. They had, I think, 3 picks last round. What do you guys think they're going to do here?
They still need offensive line.
Yeah.
I don't know what tackle you take here.
With a lot of offensive linemen still out there. How about Christian Hayes?
Tackles, though? There's a lot of guards.
Yeah, a lot of guards.
They don't need guards. They need everything, but
Brandon
really
Coleman for offensive tackle.
That's a sketchy tackle to be plugging in at left. They won.
Frank Crum. I'm just going down my board of
I'm
available.
surprised if Crum went this high.
And then I have the small school guys way overrated. I mean, that's just the way they rung up. But I like those guys, Ross, that I was showing you from Finley, and I forget what the other one was from.
Yeah.
Campbell. But they're not going to be drafted. They're not going to be drafted.
I just like the one of them. I can't remember his name. But...
Yeah, we're starting to run out of offensive tackles of name value.
Brandon Coleman to the Commanders.
Wow.
I also have the next
That's about what's left.
I have another pick too. Patriots.
It's going to be somebody dumb then.
Caden Wallace.
Wow. Caden Wallace? Whew.
No, that's not the Kentucky linebacker.
No. Penn State O-line.
I guess there's a run.
Xavier, did you have either of those? I bet you had Coleman. Did you have Caden Wallace?
Caden Wallace is my 224th best player on the board, 19th best tackle available, or 19th best tackle in the draft, not available.
Wow. Damn, it's getting really thin at tackle. After the Chiefs guy, it seems like there's no one left.
Yeah, they all went very fast. I'm very surprised at Caden Wallace. I'm not super surprised at. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I figured. Nobody had Caden Wallace.
Who took Ross's Adonai Mitchell?
Andy.
Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. I won the bet on Ladd McConkey being picked ahead of Adonai Mitchell, thanks to Ross.
There you go.
Hatred of Mitchell.
That was good odds too, man.
I might have a day here if Hardy is the first.
Xavier
Hardy
saying
is the first kicker.
Xavier saying no one has Caden Wallace.
Yeah, he was like
It's a good thing.
200th on the board or something. I'm blown away by that one. I don't know what New England's.
Well, it's their first draft without Belichick.
They better hope that Drake May is amazing.
I did lose a bet today. I had Houston's first player drafted as being an offensive lineman.
You got that?
No, I lost it. Didn't they take a corner?
No, they took. They take a
Because I lost.
I thought Blake Fisher was the first one, or not? Was it Blake Fisher? Who else did Houston take?
Who's Houston taken so far?
I think it's just Blake Fisher.
That's what I thought.
They didn't have a first rounder. They traded with the
Position
Vikings.
the first drafted player in that draft, Houston Texans, and it's marked lost.
Oh no, they had two second rounders. They had
Lassiter. They took Lassiter.
Oh, they did take Lassiter.
Stupid idiots. Not you guys, the Texans. Cost me money.
Damn, RC. You throw us in La Quinta and then call us idiots, man.
Wow, Xavier had Wallace at 101. That's impressive.
All right, Chargers pick is in.
Because Wallace was not even on my radar.
Michigan linebacker, Junior Colson. So Harbaugh gets his Michigan guy. Is he good?
Roman Wilson's just...
He's not better than Wilson.
No way. I have him as the 185th best player in the draft, 9th best interior linebacker. I'm sure he's a great locker room guy. I would take those linebackers out of Albany and James Madison before I took him.
Dang, if New York passes on Peyton Wilson, Cardinals can take him right there.
Well, there must be something up with Peyton Wilson to be lasting this long.
Yep.
There has to be a medical.
Yeah, otherwise it doesn't make sense, huh?
My top 7 on the board remaining: Peyton Wilson, Roman Wilson, Jonah Ellis, Zach Zinter, Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia, Von Prawn, the center out of Georgia, and Devin Shire, the corner out of Pitt.
Yeah, I like all those players.
With Cedric Gray getting in range, and my top: Cedric Gray, Braylon Allen, and Luke McCaffrey. After that, oh, I just noticed a name that hasn't been taken that I'm not high on, so he isn't even in my visibility of my screen, but it was on Mel's best available. Remember when Troy Franklin was a first?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Wide receiver?
Yeah, no.
Wow, there are 3 Washington receivers in this draft. Polk, Udunze, and McMillan.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons I'm a little worried about Penix. You had 3 NFL receivers, 2 offensive linemen at tackles. Did he, though?
He did.
I don't know, man. He had a lot of help. He never got touched. I think he took
It's because he gets rid of the ball.
12 sacks on the year.
Ross, guess what he has in the NFL? He's got London, Pitts, Bijan, a nice offensive line, the best team in the NFC.
2 years to figure it out.
I'm hopeful, but I'm just saying there are aspects of it that worry me because it's the same kind of scenario we've seen with all the Alabama quarterbacks, where you've got all-star cast of wide receivers, all-star cast of offensive linemen. You never get touched. You get to sit back there and pick people off.
So did Stroud.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying sometimes.
Just saying. I got my one off to try to disprove all of the facts otherwise.
But I mean, Penix is nowhere near their level, right? Like coming out, Stroud and Burrow.
Nowhere near Burrow.
No one except Stroud was near Burrow, who also had great wide receivers around him.
I mean, I think Penix is better than Tua for sure.
I saw that Miami was interested in Penix early in the.
Everybody was secretly wanting him, and nobody had the guts to take him except for Atlanta.
Okay.
I think plenty of teams had the guts. They just didn't.
You guys ready for the Giants pick? Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, corner.
Yeah.
I like him. Ross doesn't.
He's very generic.
Okay.
I liked what I saw of him at the Senior Bowl, especially. I have him as the number 86 player on the board. Is that who you're saying New England's taken?
No, Giants.
Giants.
And now the Cardinals.
Comes Arizona with another pick.
Come on.
Peyton Wilson, knock it out of the park.
Let's do it.
I'll take Peyton Wilson, but he has degenerative knees that are exploding.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it.
I needed them to take Caden Wallace. What in the world is that? There's somebody with a Mac Jones, so it's the New England celebration of the pick of a guy they know nothing about. So the fans are going crazy, and there's this big dude with a number 10 jersey, and he has a big piece of duct tape across the front, right under the neck, right above the numbers. He has a big duct tape piece with a Sharpie written in MAYE.
What the hell?
And could not be any more excited for Caden Wallace, apparently. When the camera went on him, he was holding up something in excitement with his
RC
tape jersey on.
They just dropped the odds on DraftKings for the number 1 overall pick in 2025.
I was looking at betting that.
Deion's son is the favorite.
I was going to say Shadur's going to be the favorite.
There's no
absolutely no way.
I wish I could short that like a stock.
Yep. Absolutely.
Do you guys think it could be Beck from Georgia?
No.
It's possible.
I like the guy from Penn State.
I'm Drew Allar.
Yep. Or to be the number one pick.
Yeah.
I think I'd be betting hard that no quarterback is going first next year. I'm not sure if one's going in the first round next year.
There will be. There's always a quarterback that's going to go, except for the Kenny Pickett year.
Is there like a non-QB player that's really good?
I need to see that back to get a better feel. But the Penn State guys got all the things that the NFL loves. The two-way player at that Deion Sanders has, I don't know if he's eligible for the draft. I'd have to do some work on him, but
oh yeah,
he looked like a pretty hot cover corner.
Yeah, he looked pretty good. I haven't seen a lot of Allar, but what I saw, he was spraying the ball all over the place.
I haven't seen any of them really this year, except for doing Theo Johnson work, and that was easy throws because he was slipping out of the backfield and nobody was covering him.
I like Cam Ward. I just don't know that he's.
Oh yeah, I always love Cam Ward, but I think he's an 8th-year senior.
I like Cam Ward. I also like Cam Rising. But
I can guarantee you he ain't going to be the number one.
Yeah, no, he won't be.
But he's scrappy good. But there's no way the NFL takes him number one.
No, Cam Rising will be lucky to be drafted at this point. But I do think he's got a little something. No, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about. I don't know almost anything about next year's class.
I don't either, but I've heard good things about the Georgia quarterback, but I'm always skeptical about any Georgia quarterback because none of them ever seem to work out. Going from Stafford, since Stafford, there's been a lot of guys taken and a lot of guys not very good.
Mr. Stetson didn't work out.
And I kind of liked him, but
I kind of like Stetson too.
Late now. When I said that Stetson Bennett was better than Bryce Young,
I agree.
I think I'm right, but
I agree.
Bennett's flaked out.
Junior Colson.
When did Jim Harbaugh turn into Lou Holtz? He's morphing into Lou Holtz.
Yeah, the 49ers beat writer Grant Cohn was talking about how different it was to be around Harbaugh from going back to when he was at San Fran. Just that he's
such a goof.
Yeah, he's become kind of this goofy, open, much more honest, and just kind of mellowed out over the last 10 years.
That happens to all of us.
But it's been an improvement, apparently.
Arizona takes Isaiah Adams.
Doesn't move the needle for me, but whatever. It's a lineman. It's good.
He is my 476th best player available. So that's a good thing.
I like him better at guard than tackle.
I have him as the 555th best player at guard.
Yeah. I'm surprised at some of these offensive linemen that are going.
Xavier, I can't believe too many people had Adams.
No.
I
know a few did, but not everybody. He was definitely not chalk. I think Dane Brugler had him.
I'm not intimately enough knowledgeable to comment too much on the Adams stuff. Just I passed on taking a deeper look after a quick look and looking at all the metrics and numbers, he didn't seem to be worth time to look at any deeper.
Yeah. Oh, hey guys, Andrew Phillips can jump over a car. He must be a good player.
Did Arizona announce
That
their
matters.
Yeah, it's Isaiah Adams.
When Esteme's coming at you, you want to be able to jump over him, not take the hit.
Carolina. Dallas coming up. Could turbocharge things with Marshawn Lloyd.
Oh, that would be interesting.
You can see that.
What about Jalen Wright? Do you guys like him from Tennessee?
I like
He's
Wright.
worth to be taken. Yeah. But if you're going to take Wright, you can also take a look at Garendo. But Wright was a lot better than I expected when I watched him.
What was the
I just was watching the highlight clips of Adams that don't look like a tackle to me.
Panthers pick is
yeah,
in.
no, Adams is a guard.
Back-to-back Wildcat
Playing
players.
tackle for them.
Panthers got Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace.
Told you they were going to take some big linebacker.
When are they going to do that?
It was when you stepped away a few minutes ago.
No, he's like 230 pounds, I think.
Well,
Unless you're talking big name running back
No, I just
or
mean
linebacker.
big compared to some of these 220, 25 pounders. He's one of the heavier ones this year.
Wallace
Dan Morgan's type of guy.
Wallace is one of those guys that everybody was raving about at the Senior Bowl, and then just sitting there watching him do nothing.
He does nothing. He looks the part.
But if Dan Morgan's going to keep passing on Peyton Wilson, I'm worried something's really wrong with him. This is way too long
Panthers
for Peyton Wilson to be hanging out there.
Yeah. Panthers are
Naturally.
might as well just flush every pick they've got right now.
Well, you guys like it though, right? Or no?
Yeah, but I mean he's good, but what are you gonna do with him? Like,
Yeah, I mean that offense is miserable.
They needed to take a quarterback.
Could you imagine if they went Rattler?
oh my god.
Yeah, because then they would have two of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL, not one.
What's the over under on Carolina next year?
It's too low to bet. It's like 4.5.
Yeah, they'll probably get it.
I'm not sure that they get that.
I don't know, but it's
The team is so bad.
yeah.
They're so bad.
There is one way.
If Bryce gets hurt,
Yep.
Yeah, Red Rifle can get him to 5 wins for sure. He's still the backup, right?
I think so.
I have no idea.
The only game he played in, they won. I think it was against, or they made it close against Seattle.
And he threw for the amount of yards that took Bryce Young about 3 games to accumulate.
So Bryce beat the Falcons in that weird rainy game, and
Bryce
Stroud.
beat C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that was
That's why I can't bet them under 4.5.
wild, man.
That was so money last year. 7.5 win total, and 22.5 touchdown passes.
Nothing yet
Cooper
from the
Beebe.
Cowboys.
Cooper Beebe for Dallas.
Is it Cooper Beebe?
Yeah.
That's a nice pick.
I like that they're fixing
Get
their
it.
line.
Blocking for no running backs, but
I'm telling you, 4th round running back.
yeah, apparently. I thought they would have panicked and took one in by third at least.
Yeah.
Do you guys like Cooper Beebe?
I'm okay with them.
We're both a little worried he's a little A little slow, a little heavy
slow,
footed,
but I thought
road grader.
Orlando Brown was too slow too.
Yeah. Yeah, I was not a big fan of Tyler Smith when he came out. And he's been solid, so I'll trust him.
Dallas is usually good with taking
They seem to
offensive
be
linemen.
they seem to be really good with the offensive linemen. And I'm glad they're trying to fix the line like they should be. So man, they got Rasheed Ali.
The crowd is definitely filtering out in Detroit.
Oh, is it finally time to go home?
As night falls, they're all bailing. The only people probably staying are out-of-towners that don't know that they need to bail when it gets dark.
Okay, RC and Ross. Falcons took Penix. They took a weird defensive tackle in the second round, who you guys were okay with, but has a weird name that I haven't heard of. Who can they take here that would, like, get me happy? Like, what do you think it would be the best pick at this spot?
Pass rusher?
Just any pass rusher?
I like Adissa Isaac.
Because they don't need
Oh,
offensive line.
no, Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis would be the one that would get
Yeah.
me even more excited as a longtime Falcons fan.
Yep.
I need something, guys.
Jonah Ellis is
Peyton
to
Wilson,
me the second best pass
Jonah
rusher.
Ellis would be the two guys that I would get excited about.
Yeah.
I would be happy if they took Devonshire, but I don't think Devonshire will go this high. It'll be day 3. They don't need offensive line, so that frees them up to go strictly defense.
Trevin Wallace. I thought somebody said that Trevin Wallace went to. Maybe it was Caden Wallace.
Oh, it's Caden.
Oh, that's Trevin Wallace. I thought somebody said he went to Carolina. Oh, yuck.
So, what's the deal with this guy?
Okay, now he is.
Oh, wait, that Panthers did take
Yeah.
Trevin Wallace.
Yeah. Okay.
And Dallas took BV.
Yeah, behind Latu, I've got Jonah Ellis as the second best pass rusher.
Whoa, really? Dang.
Yeah.
Better get that guy.
Yep.
This should be about his range.
Ellis or a corner.
Okay, I got it. Bralin Trice, Washington.
Oh,
Ugh.
come on.
Ugh.
This is why I've never been a Falcons fan.
This is why I'm going to take this polo off. Man. Bummer. Oh well. I'm used to it
Gross.
sucking.
Oh, it's not like you're not going to win the division.
Yeah, it would have been nice if we did a little better on this draft, though.
Braylon Trice, high probability bust, my 346 best player on the board.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I left Braylon Trice out of my top 100 because I didn't think there was any way people would fall for that. He's so unathletic. Good Lord.
Oh, man.
With Ellis sitting there staring him in the face.
And Adissa Isaac.
We got to take the size, man.
He's not even that big, is he?
6'4", 274.
Is he?
That's what he's listed at.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I thought he was like 6'3", 255.
ESPN says he's 245.
They list, I was going to say, they list him at 270 something on the Washington roster, but when he weighed in at the Senior Bowl or the Combine, whatever it was, he was like
Lower.
245. Yeah.
I mean, on our screen, CBS,
Wow.
we have it at 270.
Yeah. Go back and check the Combine. It was like 245. 6'3 and a half, 245. Ugh. Yeah,
I think he tried to.
Yeah,
cut
there you go.
weight.
6'3 and a half, 245.
I think he tried to cut weight to run faster, and it didn't work.
What feed are you watching, Andrew?
The CBS one. It's on our YouTube stream.
NFL Network had him at 6'3.5", 245.
His pro day he was 259, or the combine he was 259.
He's all over the place then.
With small hands and a small wingspan.
Yeah, he's.
I don't just didn't get him at all through this process.
I don't either. Chicago could be an indecisive spot.
Is this their first pick since the first round?
Yeah.
Why don't they have their second? What did they do?
They traded the second for Claypool, didn't they?
Or Sweat?
Oh, Sweat, yeah. For Montez Sweat.
Yeah. No, that makes sense why Washington had 3 freaking picks in the last round.
Yeah, they also traded. Did they trade? Yeah, they did trade Chase Young. Keenan Allen. I think Keenan Allen was a 4th round pick.
Keenan was a 4th. Chase Young, I think, was a 2nd, but
That's what I was thinking.
I thought Montez was more.
Montez was like an 8 or 10.
Was he 2 seconds? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he was just a 2nd round pick.
Who, Sweat?
Yeah, Montez
No,
Sweat.
I meant the trade.
Montez Sweat was the top 10 pick.
No,
I meant the trade.
Montez Sweat went 26th in that draft, but
Did he?
what Chicago traded for him.
Oh.
I think it was a 2nd round pick.
Okay, I think I have it. Bears got this dude, Kieran Emegadjie from Yale. Have you guys even heard of this guy?
Amageji? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he went too. He's super athletic, very, very, very raw.
I have him as the 265th best player on the board.
Yeah, he's not ready to play. I'm very surprised about that one too.
But they're running out of offensive tackles to take.
Yep.
So now they're all reaching.
To me, this guy he's like Jalen Duncan, like nowhere near ready to play, but super athlete if you can ever get him ready.
Surprised Frank Crum hasn't gone in all of this. All the tackles I have left are more on the deeper sleeper side that may not get drafted.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Wow, this is the Broncos' first pick since Bo Nix.
Yep. That was part of the thinking, was that they couldn't try to wait for somebody in the second.
Could this be the Peyton Ellis or Peyton Wilson spot?
I don't think so. They got plenty of linebackers.
They probably need a receiver.
Receiver, offensive line, defensive line.
They need a lot.
A lot. I mean, all the offensive tackles are gone. I guess they could go with a guard.
Christian Haynes.
Yeah.
If they're so dead set on trading the world's greatest corner that they don't want and nobody seems to want to trade for, maybe they take a corner.
I don't think they're
Ricky Pearsall to San Francisco.
They're not trading Surtain.
Guys, they took Jonah Ellis.
Hey, there you go.
All right.
It's not bad.
My 29th best player in the draft.
Why couldn't we do that? Oh, man.
Because your team is stupid. No.
They are. They have it's an organizational issue, man. As long as Arthur Blank's the owner.
Latu or Trice, it's so close.
If they had taken Penix first, Braden Fisk second, and Jonah Ellis third.
Yep.
that bit up there, and they just missed on each of the last two. Took somebody else at the same position.
Unreal.
But just the wrong player.
Oh, well. Okay. Vegas is next.
Even the Bears fans didn't have a ton of energy to cheer for that pick.
Probably like, who?
The Bears fans in attendance were like, yeah.
Yeah, tackle from Yale.
Let's watch some of these highlights here.
I will say,
skinny legs.
If there's a Teron Armstead in this draft, it's Kieran Amakatchi. But we'll see. But we'll see. He's got a ways to go. I think Teron was a lot better, more polished coming out.
Oh, yeah. I get taking a shot on him, but man, that's...
Yeah, I couldn't do it at 75. Nice push off by the wide receiver. Las Vegas.
All right, everybody, let's stand up and applaud. Let's button our suits back up because this is how we do things when we're just sitting at our computers making picks. We have to be dressed in suits. And then we have to stand up and applaud.
Las Vegas.
Maryland O tackle Delmar Glaze.
What?
Can't say I've heard of that.
What are with all these terrible tackles?
Who's this person announcing the Denver pick?
Good
I
Lord.
thought it was a comedic actor. It's Tony Scheffler.
That's Scheffler?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I thought it was Dr. Disrespect off of Twitch. Or one of Ricky Bobby's children all grown up.
Wow. Scheffler's changed.
What, was he with Denver?
Yeah.
Wasn't he original Detroit?
Maybe. I remember him in Denver. Might have been Detroit.
But he's rocking the Denver gear.
I remember him from... No, because he was a pick for Josh McDaniel, wasn't he? Denver, then Detroit. Yeah.
All right, be quiet and watch Jonah Ellis spin move people for the next 30 seconds.
Yep.
There's one.
He's not Marcus Golden. Good Lord.
There's spin move 2.
Come here, you.
Delmar Glaze. That would be my 334th best player.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with all these linemen.
I mean, they're reaching for
They are
tackles,
super reaching for tackles.
which I get, but why weren't all these morons taking tackles early on instead of taking freaking safeties? And
Yeah, you could have had the good tackles. You passed on all of them for...
even the decent tackles, but now they're throwing darts. But let me look at
Houston traded up.
The guy from Yale may be better than I'm giving him credit for. Let me see a little bit of Glaze here. What I can take away from the 3 plays they'll show us. Big, top-heavy, spindly leg. Yeah, He can get in front of somebody.
Yeah, but again, do you need to take him at 77?
Apparently you do, because there's no tackles left.
Wow.
I just realized my mic's been on mute for like 5 minutes and I've been talking to
I
myself.
saw you get up and go, and I thought you were just gone.
Delmar Glaze pick reminds me of Trey Pipkins when Telesco took him on the Chargers. It's like, okay, he worked out to be serviceable, kinda, but
he's got arms. He's got
like
arm
a huge
length.
reach. Houston, I don't even know what's on the board here.
Never was first or second team in conference. That's not good.
I feel like this could be like a Brandon Dorless or something.
Unless Stroud talked him into Roman Wilson or Luke McCaffrey.
Do they really need another receiver?
I don't know, but Stroud was pissed that Pearson was gone.
Oh, they've got 4 good ones.
For CJ Stroud, you should be cheering for more offensive linemen.
Hey.
I can see it's being like a Tanner McLaughlin, some boring tight end.
CJ Stroud should be a GM.
At least with receivers.
Maybe he likes Jared Wiley from TCU.
Ugh.
Don't disparage him. In this draft,
Jared Wiley makes me think of what was that tall, gangly kid from Iowa State? Went to Baltimore.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Charlie Kolar.
Kolar, yeah. Got the body. Kind of plays like a jumbo receiver.
Colts came up to 79, even though we still don't have 78, but they traded with Arizona.
They even recognized that somebody's got to stop Arizona.
I'm going to guess maybe like Jaden Hicks for Indy.
Man, I was watching his tape today. I'm not spending a top 100 pick on Jaden Hicks. And he might be my highest rated safety.
There's a lot of people, scouts, that seem to think he was a borderline top 40 pick, but I don't get it.
I did not see it.
I'm still a Kitchens guy.
Man, this one's taking forever.
I know everybody else seems to hate Cam Kitchens, but
I think I do, but I can look again.
there's also a lot of people that like Malik Mustafa. I didn't get that one either.
The only safety that really got me, there's 2 safeties that got my attention, and one of them decided he didn't even want to be a safety. I would have liked to see James Williams at safety. Not linebacker.
Yeah, I agree.
And I really like this kid out of Nevada as maybe the best safety I've seen on tape. Emily Johnson.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one.
Kalen Bullock from USC.
Wow, 78?
Too high?
Just interesting.
Play, but he's so thin.
And they traded up.
Yeah,
Is he
I'm
going to
just
move
wondering.
the corner?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is maybe he moves. I think he's got to move the corner, but I would think that would be. I would think that would be a corner.
He's definitely aggressive, but his size, I don't know. He's bringing down.
Jeez, the comparison they're showing is Marcus Williams. That doesn't make any sense to me. To me, he's Javon Sneed. Jevon Sneed. How do you say his name?
Okay, guys, we got another tackle going. Pitt.
Another one?
He's from Pitt. Tackle.
Oh, Matt Goncalves.
Yep. I'm happy you spared me from trying to enunciate his name. That one's a tongue twister.
I don't get all these tackles.
My 571st best player available.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they are super reaching on these guys.
Yeah, I never understood Conclave. Is he going to Cincinnati?
No.
No, Indy.
Indy.
Is that the lowest rated guy that came off your board, RC?
No, there's been other dreadful picks, but it just they're all like offensive.
Yeah, most people did not have these offensive tackles on their top 100 boards. This is blowing everybody up.
The lowest, so actually he is the lowest. Him and Isaiah Adams that got taken by Arizona, and Caleb Bullock wasn't too far. There's a run on 500 or worse ranked players suddenly in this draft going on.
I guess Jalen McMillan for Cincy.
I wonder if they don't jump and take Roman Wilson.
That's what I was
They're
thinking.
they're not convinced that Charlie Jones can be in every play slot.
Could be.
And
Could see that.
Higgins is gone probably after next year.
Which is why I say I think more of an outside guy than a slot. But
Well,
I could see slot.
since Mims is no help to their offensive line, they should take an offensive lineman.
Well, who are you going to take at this point?
The
I mean, I would just
800
take.
guy.
I think the best. I would take the best guard or center that had some flexibility available.
All right.
All right, good
Christian
job,
Haynes would
Chris
be a,
Ballard. Is that Chris Ballard wearing a hoodie and a mullet?
Okay. Alabama wide receiver Jermaine Burton to the Bengals.
Oh, what are they doing? It's all right, but
I also got the Seahawks pick too.
hold on a second. Let me.
Seattle is going to be probably a safety.
Nope.
I don't know.
Tell us the position.
Probably defense.
Guard.
Coming.
It did take the guard.
Zach Zinner.
No.
Haynes.
Haynes.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
solid.
Okay, let's go back to Burton. You guys are low on him? You don't think he's gonna?
He's okay. There's better wide receivers on the board. I had him as a top 100, right around 100.
But he's another head case.
He's competent. I wouldn't have picked him here. That was the worst double move I've ever seen.
That's a classic Bengals nut
Yeah,
job
the
wide
Bengals
receiver.
are trying. Somebody is trying. The call is coming from inside the house.
Bro,
They are killing themselves. No wonder T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson want to be traded.
and
Joe
see,
Burrow's
this
going
is
to be next.
RC. You asked me a couple years ago about Joe Burrow versus Herbert, and as much as I like Joe Burrow, I think he's the better player. This is why I would go Herbert long term, because I just don't trust Cincinnati. They just make some awful picks.
If they flop this year, I'm saying there's not going to be too much longer if they underperform that Joe Brady isn't going to become their head coach, especially if Buffalo does well on offense this year.
Yeah. Uh-oh, your favorite new team, Arizona, back up. What more can they add?
Peyton Wilson.
Oh, my
No, no, they didn't pick him.
Oh, I thought you were saying that they took him.
No.
Holy cow.
Sorry.
It'll be somebody good.
Yeah.
This poor band that they have playing. This is the longest gig they've ever played. They've been rocking since 6 p.m. And I'm sure it feels great to them that the crowd has gone from about 100,000 people down to about 10.
Arizona. Who's Arizona's center?
We said Christian Haynes is going to Seattle, right?
Yeah. I don't know who Who's their starting?
Pull that one off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Roholt,
Arkansas.
Evan Browns backs him up.
Yes, they probably won't go center.
Okay. I have the Cardinals pick.
Position?
To me, it's got to be defense, and it should be linebacker.
It's not defense.
What position?
Tight end.
Can't be.
Oh, not Sanders.
Nope.
Wiley.
Nope.
McLaughlin?
No.
Tip Ryman?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I said he was going to be in the top 100.
You did. You said there was a chance.
Well,
Ugh.
I like to revise it too. I said he was going to be, not that there was a chance.
I like this guessing game. We should have done that earlier. It's entertaining. You guys are spitting out all these names.
Let's do it from here on in then, because we're getting into the non-exciting names.
Don't look at the chat then.
Okay.
I have then.
If I keep an eye on the chat in case
I'll
someone's
keep an eye
got a
on
question or whatever.
Tip Ryman. My gosh.
I like that. That's if you need a tight end, but of all the things that they needed was tight end.
I'm surprised neither one of us guessed Theo Johnson. Tip Ryman.
Is another Penn State. Nice combine numbers. Not a real player.
Yeah. That's fine. They've had such a good draft other than that.
And he's a good player. They just didn't need him, so. Unless you don't really believe in Trey McBride.
Did you guys see that presser with Malik Neighbors calling Daniel Jones Janiel Dones?
No, I didn't. But
As a joke, or you just
no? I think he was serious. He didn't know.
I totally forgot about this. After this is over, y'all need to go find. There's a video of, I think it's Caleb Williams and Malik Neighbors. It looks like they're at a club.
Oh boy!
Malik Neighbors is live streaming.
That's my whole fear on Williams, and he's dragging Neighbors into it.
You can hear Caleb Williams say, "Hey, you excited to catch passes from Justin Herbert?" And Malik Neighbors is like nodding his head and smiling. And then you hear Caleb say, "What about from Daniel Jones?" And Malik immediately reaches for the phone and turns it off.
Oh damn!
Brian Daboll strikes again.
I wouldn't be surprised if Spencer Rattler ended up going to the Giants. Probably either the Giants or the Raiders.
I saw some links to Giants.
Yeah.
The Giants are trying to be the worst team in the NFL.
Good luck, because I think Carolina's got that locked down firm.
The Giants are making a run at it.
So are New England.
So is New England.
Who do you guys think the Rams can take here that can be a difference maker for them?
Can I just
something
autopilot Peyton Wilson?
Oh,
So somebody takes him.
I'll say one of the good corners. I'm not sure which one.
I'm going to say they might be smart enough to take a Newseum from Colorado State. Or Devonshire.
I don't think Devonshire is going to go this high, but
I just said the Rams will break.
But the Rams are smart enough. The Rams are smart enough to do it.
Xavier dropped
Colorado
in.
running back.
Guys, Xavier's 75 out of 82. It's pretty impressive.
No, that's not.
It's
That's
not,
not?
but I will say this. Most
I mean,
people
it's
are going
not
to be.
bad.
He's probably near the top. A lot of these offensive linemen nobody had, so I think he's doing okay. I would think at worst he's maybe 2 picks back.
I mean, he's gonna. I shouldn't say that. I'm thinking more of him in my mind. He's got to get the 90 to put this thing away, and that's gonna be hard to do
Okay,
now.
the Rams pick is in, by the way.
I don't think he's got to get to 90 this year. I think 85 is going to be plenty.
Offense or defense?
Offense.
And we'll throw in a guess. If we don't get it right, you'll have to give us the position.
All right.
You know what I'm gonna say? Braylon Allen.
No. Ross, you want to guess?
Brendan Rice.
No.
Tip Ryman to Arizona is not gonna really help Trey McBride
Running back.
for fantasy.
Marshawn Lloyd.
No.
It has to be a big beefy guy. Are they teaming the Notre Dame guys together? Estime?
No.
Ray Davis.
No. I think the pick's going to piss you guys off.
Oh no. I don't even know.
Hold on, let me look through. Blake Corum.
Yeah.
Why? Just drafted the better Kyron Williams. And that's not necessarily a compliment. Oh, I think he's a better Kyron Williams.
I think he's a much worse guy. He's Kyron Williams, but he doesn't have the hands.
But I don't like Kyron Williams. And I don't think Kyron Williams has good hands either. I think Corum does. That's a torpedo shot for Kyron Williams for fantasy football. No?
Gross.
I forgot to include that. I thought that the Rams might take someone to undermine Kyron, but I so have Kyron not in my mind that it's like he doesn't exist in the NFL. Like I'm trying to block him out like a bad childhood memory. I can't believe he was a great running back last year. Great in terms of production and fantasy. I thought he's one of the worst running back prospects that.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5'8" guy that's slow.
Yeah, that's what we said about Kyron Williams too.
But Kyron Williams can catch at least.
I wouldn't if you got Kyron Williams, who can't catch as well as Blake Corum. If you got him already,
I think he's got.
Why wouldn't you add a big guy running back?
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Why would you add two? Why would you? I mean, unless that's the way they want to. Unless they've kind of are at the forefront of the give us any small scat back guy.
Let him hide behind those big guards.
Yeah, and we'll make it work. So this is good. This is good for Corum.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how you couldn't land at a better place per se. He's gonna have to fight off Kyron Williams, but I think he can win that.
They're comparing him to Doug Martin. Get out of here with that.
What?
Why? Because they're both 5'8"? Was Doug Martin that small?
Doug Martin was short, but he was.
He was thick though.
Fine, but Doug Martin was huge.
Doug Martin was 220 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him being thick.
I think Blake Corum's more Jared Patterson.
Yeah.
Big touchdown guy in college, but there's not a whole lot else to his
game.
But he's fine.
Is he just magically gonna manufacture touchdowns? No. When you get 65 carries from the 5-yard line.
I'm gonna keep going back to since Kyron Williams ended up being good, I can't say anything. Because I can't believe Kyron Williams is in the NFL.
Okay, guys. Steelers made their pick. You want to take a guess?
They filled up their offensive line. Man, if they get a corner to go with Porter. I'm going to say MJ Devonshire.
Nope. Ross?
Cam Hart.
Nope. The position is wide receiver.
Roman Wilson.
Yep. I'm happy that they got someone that good, but I feel like Arthur Smith's just gonna kill him.
That's a given. And if he doesn't, Mike Tomlin will. Well, I would like to pour one out for Roman Wilson's Dynasty rookie draft value because it died today at 10:32 p.m. Eastern.
Oh.
I mean, this is a great pick. I just can't get excited for it.
He's gonna, yeah, I mean.
What happened to the guy from Memphis?
Kelvin Austin?
Yeah.
He's
still there.
Is he?
Yeah. He's only like in year 3. I mean, why did they think it was an Austin problem? It wasn't an Austin problem. The Steelers needed to draft a bigger wide receiver because the next thing that's going to happen in Pittsburgh is George Pickens is going to demand a trade. Either before the season starts or during the season.
Yeah, but now they don't have Ben Roethlisberger to make it work. Chat said Steelers always get good wide receivers in the 3rd round.
Kenny Pickett's really good, though.
Kenny Pickett's not a Steeler.
Oh, that's right. He's not there anymore. It's his fault. Morons. And yet they'll freaking go 9-8 and be the 7th seed in the AFC.
Somehow, some way.
You know who's having
Cleveland.
a bad draft?
Who?
A lot of teams, but
Everybody in the AFC North except for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
yeah,
Cincy.
yeah.
That's why, as
Ravens
much as I want to
missed.
bet that Steelers under,
Baltimore.
when Andrew and I were doing a show about over-unders on the Steelers,
You can't bet against them.
I can't bet that under. And now I have probable cause not to do it. Because Cincinnati is taking their own selves out. I can't believe in Cleveland. And I don't know what Baltimore is doing.
Yeah, those are some bizarre picks, man. I thought Ravens, they're usually good in the draft, aren't they?
This
And
This whole year has
if the Steelers wind up with, I mean, given the talent that they have, now that they have a beefed up offensive line, 2 plausible running backs, they have tight end depth, they have quarterback depth. Not that they have great quarterbacks, but just for the style of play that they're going to go for.
bully ball.
You could try to win with safe
ball and defense.
Russell Wilson or
Yep.
Justin Fields running. And then the defense is good. If they get one more corner out of somewhere, whether that's Trice from last year steps up, or they're like one ace corner away from being a good team.
I do think Devonshire is an option for them, but I think it's going to be 4th round.
Okay, guys, the
That'd be
pick
a
came
steal.
in for the Browns.
Cleveland.
The Browns. All right. Without a hint, who would we say? It's not wide receiver. I don't think it's going to be running back. Won't be. They just took their type of tight ends are off the board.
I'll say Adissa Isaac.
Nope.
I'm going to throw a Hail Mary and say Jack Westover.
No. The position's offense.
Well, that's a side of the ball, not a position.
My bad. You guys got to forgive me. 3 hours in.
What's the position?
You want position or side of the ball?
What's in that jar?
You said offense.
Moonshine. Oh, okay.
Is that a hint that it's Devonshire?
Offensive line.
Who are we talking about?
Cedric Van Pran.
Nope.
Let me look for... Is it someone who went to an Ohio school?
No. It's someone you like, though.
I was just going to say Mason McCormick, but I haven't. Zach Zinter.
Yep.
Good, solid pick.
So, in
Got a
back-to-back
damn good
years...
offensive line. You can't take that away from them.
Back-to-back years, I don't know why they're... I don't know. Did you guys see that?
What is going on there?
I don't think it showed up on the YouTube feed, but on the Skype
I
feed.
thought you were the one that was drunk. I'm seeing balloons floating around you.
Yeah. Good. I'm happy that YouTube didn't see that. But back-to-back years, Cleveland gets DeWand in round 4, and now they get Zinter round 3. So those are...
I know Zinter's got the injury issue, but I don't really care
But
about
what's
that.
Yeah, no, it's just a fracture, a break.
So looking past that, I have him as the 32nd best player in this draft, the second best player available, and once again the Browns pull
hellacious
the
offensive
rabbit.
line.
Trade alert.
Trade alert. Let's see.
Eagles are trading out.
San Fran.
San Fran. Luke McCaffrey.
Is it?
I'm saying it.
I'm saying corner.
predicting it.
I'm going to go Cam Hart again.
This is going to be fun.
Or Malik Washington's because they're going to trade
I got it.
Debo and Ayuk.
All right, go ahead.
I'm saying Luke McCaffrey. I said that they were going to take him in the 3rd round.
It's not going to. They're not taking another receiver.
It's not Luke.
I don't care. They're taking Luke McCaffrey.
It's not Luke.
It's another McCaffrey?
Yeah, they
John
drafted
McCaffrey.
the dad. He's eligible again.
The Beaver Brown band?
What position?
Offensive tackle.
Oh, I got to...
I don't know who's left at this
Scrolling
point. I don't
down.
know. Christian Jones.
Nope.
Frank Crum.
Nope.
I don't even know
I'm
who's
out of
left at
bullets
this
now
point.
because I got all small school stuff unless it's Garrett Greenfield.
Oh, it's Javon Foster?
Nope.
I don't know.
Don't look at the screen because the player came up.
I have him as a guard. That guy's small. Get it?
Who?
I have him as a guard. I have him as the 72nd best player, but as a guard.
I still haven't seen a name.
You saw the name, RC?
Yeah.
Okay. Ross, it's...
Oh.
You want to keep guessing or should I tell you?
No, I see it. It's,
Dominic.
yeah, he's a guard. Some people think he's even a center, maybe. Yeah,
He's pretty decent, though.
he's fine. I like him better than Isaiah Adams and some of these other goofy picks that they've made, but
I'm saying he's small, though, and nobody even gave me a chuckle. Nothing.
Oh, it's not Pooney, it's Puny. Okay, yeah. Sorry. There you go. I can't enunciate crap.
It's too late now. You can't enjoy it now. The time for enjoyment has passed.
Okay, I have the Cowboys pick.
All right. Without giving the position, let's guess. Let's put our first guess out.
Jordan McGee.
Nope.
Braylon Allen.
Nope.
All right, now give us the side of the ball, offense or defense.
Defense.
Cam Kitchens.
Nope.
Trice Knight.
Nope. Linebacker.
Tyrese Knight.
James Williams.
Nope.
Peyton Wilson finally?
Nope.
Cedric Gray.
No. I'm going to botch this guy's name, so if that helps you guys in any way.
Linebacker?
Yeah.
Is it the Washington Ulofashino?
No.
He's not at Albany, is he?
Nope.
They're not taking the stupid Ohio State Eichenberger.
Nope. Notre Dame.
Oh,
yeah.
Maris Leofow?
J.D. Bertram.
Maris
Maris
Lee.
Leofow.
Oh.
Ugh.
Who'd you say, UCLA or Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Maris Leofow. God. Yeah,
What's
exactly.
What are they doing?
Exactly. Who is that? He's a guy
I
that
know
got
the
like.
name, but I thought in my head he's at UCLA. The 462nd player on my board as an outside linebacker.
He's athletic, but the guy had like 45 tackles on the year. He literally does absolutely nothing on tape.
Does he just rush the passer every time and never
No,
get
he
there?
just drops back and then chases to one side of the field and
Like Henry Toyota with Alabama?
it's worse. He's worse. I can't even.
Well, that sounds
I
like
like-
it's going to free him up to trade Micah Parsons.
I like Adrian Cooper at least twice as much as I like this guy.
Mm.
Put it to you that way.
Edrin Cooper would have been a nice Micah Parsons replacement.
God. Maris Leofow. Lord.
That sounds like a substitute for a curse word. So you want to curse, but you just say, "Oh, Maris Leofow." What is Dallas doing? May I ask?
Do not know.
Can I throw this minor theory out there?
Sure.
Because I'm just looking at the Dallas draft going, what the hell? So Dallas is backsliding.
Yeah,
Correct.
badly.
The Giants are terrible, correct?
Yep.
The Eagles aren't perfect, correct?
Correct.
Is Washington
The-
possibly
Gonna be
a team that could sneakily hang in this thing?
yes. This is shaping up a lot like RG3's rookie year to me.
Packers made their pick, guys.
That's not so much a.
Please, Cam Kitchen, stick Green Bay.
Nope.
As I'm looking at the Washington draft, it's not a bad draft.
No,
No,
they
Washington's
did
not
I
a
good.
mean, Jaden Daniels is a given, but I'm talking everybody after that is
Yeah.
ball players.
Yeah, Washington and Arizona to me.
It might have been
Yeah.
guys I wouldn't have taken there and all that, but now that they're on the
But good
team,
players.
they're all useful. Everybody that Washington has taken is better than anybody Dallas has taken.
Yep.
Okay. RC, what's your guess on Green Bay?
So let me open my board back up. So good, Ross, you can go first.
I already guessed Cam Kitchens.
Oh, you're just gonna. If you're just gonna guess Cam Kitchens all the time, I'll guess Peyton Wilson all the time, so we can move to the next.
Running back.
Oh, if this is
Running
Braylon
back?
Allen, I swear to God,
Nope.
I'm gonna get sick.
Marshall
Jalen Wright.
Nope.
Lloyd.
Yep.
Why?
I don't know. Good player. Don't know why.
Pour one out for his fantasy value.
Yeah, what is it? Jacobs and Dillon there? He's going to be third on the depth chart?
Emmanuel Wilson is fourth.
Did
Oh.
Did y'all happen to watch the highlights for Maris Leofow?
No.
The highlights were
Oh no, I didn't see
him
the
getting stuck on a block for
highlight
about 5
package.
seconds. Him.
And then detaching and catching somebody by the ankles.
Yes, detaching after the tight end crossed his face and caught the ball, and then he caught it to him from behind, and then he got an interception off a deflection from the nickel corner. That's his highlights.
All right, hold on. Steve Rowley, you need to shut your dirty whore mouth with that kind of talk.
It's not going to be...
Dare let that happen. Don't you even try to speak that into existence.
If Tampa takes a running back, it's going to be Ray Davis.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Ray Davis, which I'd be totally fine with.
Can't do that to Rashad, man.
Yes, they can.
I mean, they've got to get other running backs. They can't go through a season with Chase Edmonds as the backup.
In fact, I'm absolutely going to guess Ray Davis for this next pick.
I don't think they'll take him in the third.
I do.
But I think they'll get him in the fourth. Wouldn't shock me if they took him in the third.
Okay, I got it.
All right, so he already guessed Ray Davis. I'm going to say TJ Tampa just for the serendipity of it.
They could use a corner.
Creative.
Right, offense or defense?
Defense.
Ooh, okay. Rashad is safe for another round.
I mean, they're picking in like three picks, so.
They need a corner. Who's left?
Ross is going to say Devonshire.
No, not yet. It's too high for him. What corner is still on the board?
Oh, I know who it is. Ooh, I want to say it.
Abram Strain.
No. RC?
Jarvis Brownlee.
Nope.
I didn't know it.
Safety.
Safety. It's probably Jaden Hicks then.
Nope.
No?
Bulldog.
Oh, you're kidding. Tyke Smith?
Tyke Smith?
Yeah.
What?
What? This draft has been awful. What is going on?
It was Tyreek Hill? What is going on?
Arizona rushed to make their pick.
They're one of the only good drafting teams this year.
They're probably laughing at everyone.
I don't remember what show it was I was listening to, but somebody had said they talked to a GM that was predicting that there was going to be a lot of bad drafting teams this year, and the good drafting teams were going to walk away with tons of good players. And that has absolutely happened.
My Tyke is my 371st best player for the draft. The 30th best safety.
They're just up.
I have a safety from Ithaca that's rated higher than him.
Up Georgia's rear end.
RC, it's
I'm
a
telling you,
difference.
somebody's going to win this thing with like
Good
82,
for
83.
Falcons.
This has been crazy.
Okay.
What's the score up to? What's Xavier up to?
Guys,
He's at 77.
Cardinals made their pick.
It's going to be somebody's.
Probably defense.
Nope.
No?
Oh, he's already tipped this.
I already took a running back. Is it another receiver?
Malik Washington.
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Defense now.
Oh.
Yeah, there's Elijah Jones. Yeah.
Yep. BC.
Hey,
I'm not a fan, but I know a lot of people like him.
I have him as the 42nd best player left on the board, and they needed that, and now I'm really getting mad at Arizona. Stop taking players I like.
Green Bay rushed that pick too.
Year.
Arizona's been on fire.
Yeah, this is something. Oh man, they got Melton too. They got Melton and Jones.
Yes.
With Darius Robinson. Holy crap! What a draft.
Yep, Arizona's on fire. And Jaden Daniels.
Their worst picks, Marvin Harrison Jr. Technically, that's true because they didn't take Neighbors.
This is one of the better drafts I've seen in years for Arizona.
Good for them.
Okay, Green Bay's got another shot at
know what he's doing.
Another shot at Cam Kinchin's here.
Yeah, you're going to be saying that for another 20 to 50 picks, I think.
Apparently. I don't know why everybody hates Cam Kinchin's.
Maybe there's something we don't know.
Could
Although
be.
with him, people were falling out of love with him. Xavier's up to 79.
I wish there was a
I know
live tracking.
he needs Cam Hart and Braylon Allen, I believe, are the two keys to his
I'm
victory.
really surprised Cam Hart hasn't already gone.
I'm shocked that Braylon Allen hasn't gone with some of the running backs who have. Is there any running back teams coming up? Oh, freaking Tampa Bay. Damn it. Don't do it.
Jacksonville could take a running back. Cincy could take a running back. There's a couple.
Sorry, Green Bay didn't make their pick yet. Jumped ahead.
I think.
I have thought all along that the Buffalo Bills were going to take Braylon Allen and pair him with James Cook, and Buffalo's picking 95.
Well, they can take him in the 4th. Buffalo may double up on receivers.
Okay, I have the Packers pick.
What do the Packers need?
I'm
going to say Cedric Gray.
Nope.
Jaden Hicks.
Linebacker.
James Williams.
Nope.
Nope to both.
McGee.
Nope to both. Nope.
Jordan McGee.
Nope.
Trotter.
Nope.
Curtis Jacobs.
Nope.
Cedric Gray?
I already said him.
Oh,
from Mizzou, if that helps.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
You got to be kidding me.
Tyron Hopper?
Yep.
No, did you say?
No, yes, sorry.
Oh.
That's Tyron Hopper.
Jeez.
Why?
I don't know. This draft has been...
There's going to be so many great linebackers as undrafted free agents.
Yep.
It's ridiculous that teams are taking Midland linebackers in the 3rd round.
You remember last year how they let Ivan Pace go undrafted?
Yeah. All right, Tampa Bay, please don't.
This whole draft
Andrew,
is
when you
bizarre.
get the Tampa Bay pick, just let me know if it's a running back or not right off the bat. Don't
All
leave
right.
me hanging.
All right.
I'm
And
guessing
the
Ray
only
Davis.
reason I'm fearing it is because Braylon Allen's out there, and I'm living scared to death of Braylon Allen. I don't think they're going to take Braylon Allen. I think they are going to take Ray Davis in the 4th.
I'm pre-guessing Ray Davis right here.
That would be fine to put me out of my misery, because he's no threat to Rashad White.
I think Braylon Allen goes about pick 110. Excuse me.
Wonder if Braylon Allen's really ticked some people off with his pre-draft.
I just don't think
Not
he's all
doing
that
anything.
athletic. Tyron Hopper. Why?
Well, pick's in. It's not on Twitter yet.
And
He said it's not in.
Not in. It's in, but not on Twitter.
gotcha. Tampa Bay should be taking guards.
Should be taking another corner.
Yeah, or taking another corner. I'm going to pre-guess my first guess. If you say it's not a running back, I'm just going to keep guessing TJ Tampa. Tampa.
Yeah. This is about the spot for Tampa, too.
Tampa 2.
Cover 2?
Yeah. TJ Tampa runs the Tampa 2 in Tampa.
Okay, I think I got it. Just verifying.
So many bad offensive linemen and bad linebackers.
Yes.
It's not a...
Yes for Xavier. Yes for
Jalen.
Yep.
the Rashad White army.
I could not find a credible source on Twitter to back that, but there we go. NFL.com.
A completely unnecessary wide receiver. Yes. Way to go, Tampa.
Oh, apparently he has make you miss ability.
Make you miss having a good wide receiver? Make you miss having Michael Penix as your quarterback? And
Make you miss
ETA
having
and Polk on the other end?
Roma Dunze drawing coverage away.
Wow. You just roasted him. Like Jeff Ross all of a sudden.
Baltimore.
They're probably going to do something wild here.
Wait a minute,
This is about the time that they're going to take some dumb tight end.
I don't see Bruce Arians in the Tampa Bay room. He's at the bar getting a refill. Or they had to already called an Uber for him and sent him home back to the La Quinta Inn. Bringing it around.
Baltimore.
This poor girl's on hour 5 of trying to keep up the mood. Who we on? Baltimore?
Yeah.
They've had an awful draft, so they're due to make a good pick by accident. Do they have 7 tight ends rostered? If not, they could go tight end.
That's what I was saying. This is about the time they take some dumb tight end.
I know who I'm going to say. Let us know when it's in.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say it's Jack Westover from Washington. That's probably too early for that.
It's way too early for that.
Because didn't they lose Ben Mason? Didn't they lose their fullback?
I don't remember.
Didn't all Baltimore players go to the Chargers?
I'm gonna guess.
No, they still got Patrick Ricard. I was thinking.
I
I'm taking all. I'm taking that pick back. That was just
guess.
a trial balloon.
I'm gonna guess Devontae Walker.
Oh, that would be a typical Baltimore pick.
Yes, it would.
I'm gonna guess a slot corner.
Chris Abrams-Drain. That would be on point for them.
Yeah,
They already took Nate Wiggins, though.
he's an outside corner.
Yeah.
Right now, their nickel corner is Arthur Millette.
What about they've got Jalen Armour Davis could probably play
Just lost.
nickel. Not that he's great, but
Sorry, glitch. I missed whatever was said in the last 10 or 15 seconds if I didn't respond to something my way.
I know another pick that would be on point for them. Adissa Isaac.
Yeah. More useless Penn State pass rushers.
Hey.
You know it's
He's
the
okay.
trend.
Adissa Isaac's okay.
He's okay.
He's the one that was actually doing something. Chop would just rush really fast and fall down.
Nothing yet, guys.
As I'm coming over any Michigan guys that they could take.
Okay, I got it. What are your guesses?
I'm gonna say this, Isaac.
Ross, you are right.
Oh! So glad I wasted time trying to figure out what Michigan player that I was going to take. I'm not even going to say who I was going to say. It was so dumb.
What Michigan players still left?
Henderson, the guard, was who I was going to say.
Oh, he's not going third round.
Well, he went to Michigan.
True.
That has to be worth something.
Apparently. There's definitely been a lot of helmet scouting this draft. Is that Lodi Nada? Oh, man.
Adissa Isaac, my 147th player, best player in the draft, 12th best defensive end.
Dang. How old is Lodi's son there with him? He looks young, but that kid's got to be 6'3" already. Holy cow.
Poor Adissa, Isaac, his whole family in the background looks like they just won the lottery.
And Xavier got that too. So
Yeah.
he's at 81.
Yeah, I think most people had.
If he can get to 86, there's only
Highest he can get is 88.
there's only 7 players left. If you can, Xavier, put those players on the chat so we can know exactly who they are to root them on.
85, 86 might be enough this year. There's been some wild picks.
Yeah, 85 is a good place. I know he needs your Cam Hart and my Braylon Allen. Buffalo is going to help me out and take Braylon Allen. Maybe the Eagles will take Cam Hart. Maybe Jacksonville will take Cam Hart.
So I'm probably at something like 70, 76 or 77 right now. Probably maybe 75.
New Google Plus Sucks asked what did Malik Washington do to people. I think just by the virtue of him going to Northwestern for 4 years and not leaving because he wanted to get a top-notch education, then left and had a great year at Virginia. It's just he's just not visible. He's not in any of the schools everybody likes. Jalix Hunt to the Eagles.
And that's on Xavier's list too if he's at 82.
Nice.
I had Jalix Hunt. I don't think a lot of people had Hunt. So that's a good one.
He definitely came on strong at the end of the process. A lot of people talking about him. He was my 99th best player for the draft. I see the upside.
He kind of reminds me of like a Yaya Diaby.
Tyus Bowser, or
yeah, I've got most of those players too. Xavier, Cam Hart. I don't have DJ James. I've got Cam Kinchins.
Ryan Hornish was saying that Peyton Wilson doesn't have an ACL in one of his knees is why he's dropping.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard that they're important to have.
Well, if you don't have the ACL, you can't tear it.
Are there players that play without an ACL? I've never heard of that.
There's players that play without talent, but I don't know if there's any.
I don't know about that.
ACL.
I know Josh Sweat had something going on with one of his knees.
Yeah, Ty J. Spears may not have any
Okay.
cartilage in his knees.
Buffalo Dwayne Carter.
Oh no!
D-tackle
Are
from
you
Duke.
kidding me? Well, hey,
Carter.
I've been betting on the Jets, so yay.
Not on the
Good
top
pick, Buffalo.
100.
I had him on the top 100.
Points for Russ.
He's
Yeah,
my
I'm so far
189.
behind though from.
If you get up over 80, that's probably going to be a good showing this year if it's going wacky.
I should be close if I can hit 3 or 4 more of these last 5. Yeah, I'll take a score over 80.
Xavier saying Carter is really bad for him.
Yeah.
Was he a chalky play at in the top 100?
No, he wasn't chalk. He was.
It was more chalk than not.
Maybe.
Everybody yammered about him early on. Even the people in the Bills draft room aren't even excited about that pick. There's no hugging going on.
They got a lot of people in that room.
Do you really need that many people in the room?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, that lead singer of this band is getting after it.
Jacksonville could be a Cam Hart. Actually, that'd be a very.
Oh, I've made up my mind. There will be no hugging. I'm just saying, usually they're all hugging each other like they found the Ark of the Covenant together. And then I'm watching the Buffalo reaction to their pick, and it's about as exciting as I was for Dwayne Carter.
I think this is going to be your Cam Hart, Xavier.
Jackson, that's what. If Cam Hart's going, it's going to be here.
Yeah.
Because I think Pitt will take Devonshire over Hart.
I think they're.
Cincinnati doesn't need one.
Devonshire. I don't think Devonshire's going top 100.
I was just saying I think they would take Devonshire before they
Yeah.
take Hart.
Probably. Although, wait a minute. No, Jacksonville just got the old Atlanta DC, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was
they're
good,
kind of a
man.
man-to-man defense, so that's not going to be Cam Hart.
I like that guy.
I don't know. I would think it's corner since they've passed on it twice.
All their fans want TJ Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa's not a man-to-man corner either. This could be DJ James for Xavier.
That's what I was thinking. It might be DJ James' time.
I don't like DJ James, but maybe.
He's got some potential.
I could see that. I'm not gonna look it up right now.
I'm gonna pull a wild card and say that the Eagles take Theo Johnson here.
That they trade up.
They traded out.
Well, if they were there. Who's got that pick? I'm looking at your board. It says the pick is in. But whose is it? Jacksonville's?
Oh, it is DJ James for Jacksonville. Oh no, that's best fits. Never mind. All the corners.
I don't know what's going on. I'm seeing Jacksonville, the pick is in.
I don't think Eagles are on the clock.
I haven't seen pick 94. They kind of skipped over that. They're on to Buffalo on the board that's showing on our site. How many picks are there in the
Eagles
third?
took Jalen Hunt.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's
Have it on board.
5 more picks.
I want Buffalo.
Okay.
I want this to be.
Jaguars came on. Jerry
Did
on
Buffalo
Jones.
pick the Florida
almost
State guy?
Yeah, I wanted to put Cherry and Jones in there, and I pulled it out at the last second. I got scared.
Who did Buffalo take? Did I miss something?
Buffalo
My
took
punch
Dwayne
drunk?
Carter.
Oh. That's okay. I knew I was missing something.
Should
Okay,
have stuck with
the site that we're using is not rapid.
I should have
Let's
stuck
put
with my
in the
guts on
picks.
Jerry and Jones. Dang.
My 197th best player in the draft.
Yeah, Jacksonville's had a terrible draft.
I don't think the Bengals will pick Braylon Allen. The Steelers won't pick Braylon Allen. The Rams won't pick Braylon Allen.
Picks are in.
Since he might.
I got
No,
Moss and Brown.
no, they're not gonna. Not with the offense. Cincy.
And Washington's not going to either, so Braylon Allen's going right by the boards.
Could see this being like a Cedric Gray.
Yeah, that would make sense. Although they're having a crappy draft, so it won't be Gray.
Hard to miss on every pick.
McKinley Jackson.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
My 233rd best player in the draft.
Yep. They're
The Bengals are not closing in on the Chiefs this year.
no, they're not. No, they're not. Good God.
Off the top of my head, is there somebody who's having a worse draft than the Bengals?
The Jags, the Panthers. That's the two that comes to mind.
I mean, Cincinnati, that draft is horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Jacksonville. Jacksonville got Brian Thomas. There's hope there.
I guess.
Ravens.
DJ Chark 2.0.
I like DJ Chark. Back when there was not as many good wide receivers. Yeah, I don't get the Baltimore draft at all.
Steelers.
But I see a path for the players that they got, and I just personally not a huge fan. The Cincinnati guys, I'm like, I can't even make a case for the guys Cincinnati took. Carolina, you say? Yeah, Jonathan Brooks will work. Trevin Wallace will be a special teamer.
I could see
Leggett is something.
Pitt doing like Justin Eboigbe or still Cam Hart.
I'm going to say Devonshire just because.
I still think it's too early for Devonshire. But that's definitely their kind of a corner.
They're going to take a player from Pitt or Maryland.
Yeah, they'll probably just wait in the corner. I'm going to guess Eboigbe.
I thought he was going to mute that. How about Bo Braid from Maryland?
I like Bo Braid. I don't know if they need a safety, but
He plays at Maryland. It's either him or Devonshire.
I still think they wait. 4th round for Devonshire. Let's see, they got tackle guard, they got their center, they got the receiver.
Is this round ending at pick 100?
That's what it looks like. Didn't they used to go to?
That they're like at,
I thought it used to go to like
extra picks
110.
Go to
Like
anywhere from 103 to 110. With
Yeah,
the
it's like
extra picks.
the compensatory
They
picks, but
canceled each other all out.
I guess. Or maybe there just weren't as many this year.
Definitely having the batteries wear down.
To some commercial for a cruise, it looks like. Or vacation. Oh. It's some resort in Jamaica.
Yeah, they're not. The board that we're using on the site is not showing any more picks after 100 for the third round.
That's what they're showing at the bottom of Network.
There's no crawl on ESPN going past 100.
I swear it used to go to like 110 or 112.
Yeah. Because there always used to be someone like the next 5 picks after 100 that
then you complain
Xavier
about.
needed.
Yeah, they go just a couple picks after.
How about Mohamed Kamara?
Well, I think he's a little small.
Yeah, and they got the guy from Wisconsin last year.
Oh,
extra pass rusher.
Not Baum.
He's got a brother in the league too, I think.
Herbig. Nick Herbig.
Peyton Wilson.
Wow.
The Steelers are officially having the best draft outside of Washington and maybe Arizona.
Did they trade up or were they picking there?
No, they were just picking there. Good.
They called around, found him an ACL he can use.
Good pick, he's good. Pittsburgh.
Arthur Smith has connections. I'm sure the FedEx owner can get him an ACL.
See, now if Pitt can get Devonshire in the 4th, this is a heck of a draft.
Yeah, they are now one really nice corner away from having a hellacious defense. And man, did they need a linebacker.
Fantastic.
Wow. My best friend is a huge Steelers fan. He's going to be loving this.
Right off the top of my head, the top 3 drafts I can think of: Pittsburgh, Washington, Arizona.
I have to go Washington first off the top of my head just because of Jaden Daniels.
I'm not saying in any order, just those 3.
Yeah, I'll say, without looking at it, Pitt now may be better than Arizona. And that's no slight on Arizona.
I'm not going to try and pick between them, but those 3 stand out. Rams. What do the Rams do?
Now, if there's any war room that's allowed to hug people, it's the Steelers.
And Arizona.
Somebody asking me about, do I keep up with any Kyle Sloter scouting? No, I know he does. I've heard that he does, but
hey, Cam Kitchens, finally.
Kitchens.
I like it.
That's one for Xavier.
I like it.
Was Wilson on his board too?
Linebacker than Jack Campbell, who went in the first round.
I don't know. Wilson was my 9th best player available, assuming he had all of his ACLs.
Best safety in the draft at pick 99. Jeez.
And someone's the best safety in this draft is not the greatest compliment, but the Rams taking him, that's a good sign. They've been pretty savvy about the safeties they've been taking in drafts.
Just put that guy at free safety and let him come downhill. I don't get why everybody doesn't like him. Yeah, Sloter's got Caleb like 3rd or 4th, I think.
Amateur.
Something like that.
I gave Sloter
Cam Hart could go to Washington.
The greatest push anybody could ever give him So he knows what I do. He should be having me on.
Xavier says we need Cam Hart or Braylon Allen so that he
Not
can
gonna
break the
be
tiebreaker
Braylon
with
Allen.
Ash. It might be Cam Hart.
So Cam Hart is the only hope.
Come on.
So Xavier,
they need a corner.
Are you tied again with him? Then if we're
Guys,
tied, then
I have the Commanders pick. Luke McCaffrey.
Smart.
Wow. Good pick.
San Francisco's got to be freaking out.
Surprise. They already
Wait a
got
minute,
the
there's
receiver.
pick 101 and 102, or is that fourth round?
Fourth round.
Okay.
Well, all right.
What? That took pretty much all of those top wide receivers now for me, with the exception of Malik Washington got
Wow.
yoinked off
Pretty
the
snuck
board.
in.
McCaffrey's my 48th best player in this draft.
Washington has had a heck of a draft.
Washington continues to have a heck of a draft. Oh, San Francisco has to be furious. Although when they got Pearsall, that probably halted their
Yeah, they already got the receiver.
big demand for McCaffrey. I think Luke McCaffrey is so good.
He is very good. He was one of the guys that, when you gave me the East-West scouting, that he was originally on that list, and then he moved to the Senior Bowl at the last second, and I had him as one of the high receivers from that. It was like,
Xavier
Wow,
hit
this guy's
84. I'm
really
guessing the other guy hit 84 too.
so I was probably at like a 77, 78.
Hopefully
76,
that
something
beats
like
a lot
that.
of the notables. As I was looking at the first round mock last night and going down, looking to see how many there were, to see what your ranking was out of how many entries. I was shocked by how many entries. There were some quite notable names dragging the bottom of the barrel of the first round mock. So hopefully that keeps up with the top 100.
Like I said, about 85, 86 is probably good enough to win it this year. This has been nuts.
Well, I guess we're
They
probably
tied
not going to
again.
find out for a while if 84 is the winner. Did somebody top 84 is the question.
I would think probably somebody beat it by a point or two.
Ryan says Washington, Pittsburgh, Arizona, Rams. I don't know if the Rams have been as
The
good
Rams has been
as the other ones.
solid, but
Let me just take a quick look at the old Rams.
they've had a solid.
Fisk
Solid.
versus Corum and Kitchens. I'm not
I don't like the core.
I'm not saying that's the top of the charts. That didn't as a heavy Rams better. I don't have an extra boost. 85 one. Damn it.
Said pretty
Close. 84 is close.
Yeah, this is
Obvious statement.
This was a bizarre year, for sure.
Yep. A lot of
I'm-
craziness.
But hey, I
with the
mean,
Rams draft, I'm not putting it up there with those other teams.
Yep. But
Washington, Pitt,
probably one of the better
Arizona.
ones.
Washington, Pitt, and Arizona. If everybody stays healthy, if the total league is totally healthy for what we know of the rosters now, no injury curveballs. Which one of Washington, Pitt, or Arizona makes the playoffs?
Pitt.
ooh,
You just defaulted to Pitt because they always make it.
Pretty much. I mean, they got such a good defense, you know.
I'm gonna
If
go
they can
with
if they can average
Arizona.
20 points a game, they're gonna win. Yeah, Arizona.
the AFC
I
is
like-
way too
I was
difficult.
gonna say I like Arizona because they're in the NFC. If they can get to 10 wins,
Yeah.
it's just so tough in the NFC West because you got the Rams and the 49ers. But Arizona's
Seattle's not a
clearly past Seattle tonight.
Yep. But anyways, RC, do you want to let everyone know what's upcoming on FF Metrics so we can head out?
Yeah, I'm going to head out because I want to get a little bit of work done on the Dynasty Rookie Draft stuff. So I will be working on Dynasty Rookie Draft rankings now that we got a better wave of players in. I'll be working on Dynasty Rookie Draft rankings to try to get some form of it out, an early look, even if it's just the top 10 to 20 with 10 commentaries before the draft tomorrow. But then obviously when the draft is going on, it's going to start changing the board again. But I'm hoping by the end of Saturday night that I have a top 100 board put together that doesn't look too Frankensteinish. It'll still need data put in, like birth dates and things that aren't all the way in yet on players. But I'm going to be all Dynasty Rookie Draft material for the next week, but especially the next 24 hours to get them out because so many people are drafting on Sunday. There will not be a stream for day 3 of the draft because it starts to get a little dragging and boring with the players that are being taken. But I will.
All the bad players have been taken, so now it's all the good players.
All the players I'm interested in is Braylon Allen and then a bunch of UDFA FCS guys. So I won't have fun until Sunday when they come out. But it's going to be nonstop Dynasty Rookie Draft material, the rankings, some strategy talk, some quick mock drafts if I can get enough information with the latest ADPs to do a reasonable one and get to observe some of the drafts that have already been in progress, just to try to get an early read. But I'll be studying everything Dynasty Rookie Draft every day for the rest of this weekend into next week, constantly adding and changing and updating the board and the ADPs and everything else of what I'm seeing from rookie drafts, so that we can have the best Dynasty Rookie Draft board as fast as we can get it put together. But I will have material out on it, rankings out on it tomorrow, which is unusual. Usually on Monday after the draft is when I'm revealing the first board, but there's just too many people with Sunday drafts now, so I'm going into DRD land and then going to sleep. Oh. I lost the audio.
No, you're still on.
Okay, well, you're back. I lost you guys' audio.
No.
I was
think we're
muted.
just talking.
Sorry, I was muted. Just saying thank you to everybody for tuning in. But yeah, that's all.
Yes. Congratulations, Xavier, on another good top 100. Not a bad run for Ross.
Both of you guys, yeah, awesome.
Yep.
All right,
Good.
see you
Good
guys.
first round line.